I hope you guys like drugs, because I feel worse today than I did yesterday. Somehow. Oh shit, the music's still coming through. God damn it. My headphones just like auto-connected one day, and it gave me too much confidence. And so now I just assume that they're gonna auto-connect, and they don't. It's also nice and cold in my room today, so hopefully I don't bake in here today. Is our jet streamer? At this point, I feel miserable, dude. Not like miserable to the point of like, oh, I can't stream so. No, I feel miserable in the sense of like brain no worky. Brain no work. Oh, I have to connect V-Bridge or to yeah, shit. I forgot to hit the buttons. Press button. Press buttons, get bitches. But also, I kind of feel better now that I got like everything situated for the most part. Hey Ivy, hey Pistol, hey Edgar, hey Ben, hey Wedge. I hope you guys are doing good. I've been having a really interesting experience with these slime trackers, and I don't know if I can safely recommend them to anyone. At least wait until the new ones come out, because like I do kind of want to talk about this a little publicly, just because like it is a public Discord. You can go and see it for yourself anyway. But I just want people to like not look at me getting these slimes and being like, oh my god, this is so cool, blah 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 blah. Because there's some problems. And I don't think it's necessarily just the slimes. Unfortunately, I don't know what the actual like situation is. I got home like 20 minutes ago. That actually works out, honestly. I don't like outside, that's fair. But I hope you feel better. Oh yeah, I have insomnia and I didn't sleep for almost 2 days. So speaking of what probably gave me insomnia, Tate's meds. But I just want to talk about the slime VR trackers for a second, because I am displeased. You know, now that I'm like thinking about it, what if I'm overdosing myself by accident? These are 5s, right? I'm like pretty sure these are fucking 5s. They better fucking be. Yeah, they're 5s. Okay, they're just really big 5s. Jesus. I'm like so sure I've seen 10s bigger, or 10s the same size as this. Probably not to the extent of insomnia, but still. I think I was up for like, because I got up for stream at like 10 a.m. Did stream the next day, which was the 24-hour mark. Then went to bed at 2, and by that math, that's 14 hours. So 24 and 14 is 38. I was up for 38 hours. I felt like a quitter, honestly. I was like sitting there in the VC last night with like Unknown and Steel, and I'm like, the toxic part of my brain was to try to make it to 48 hours. And I almost did by accident because I almost got fished. Well, okay, I didn't get fished. I got tricked into thinking that I didn't have unlimited data on my fucking internet. Because like this company, a lot of internet companies, it varies by state, sometimes county, and everything else. So I was just like, what do you mean I've gotten to 75% of my data? And like, it wasn't, here's the thing, they sent it at the end of the month. not halfway through. They're like, you've reached 75% of your data for the month of April. And I was like, you mean the month where there's only like 4 days left? Something tells me I'm not going to get like 400 gigabytes of data used. And then it's 4 days. So I was just like, okay, whatever. Can we still shit on the ISP? 100%. But yeah, so I like got on my computer and I like went to the website and I was like, I didn't even check. I just went to talk to a chat agent. And this chat agent, bless him for being the slowest motherfucker in the world. And then Urka said something in Discord. He's like, make sure it's not like a scam. And I was like, well, I'm on the actual like legit website, so it's fine. And I was like, you know what? No, he's right. And then I went and looked at the email and it was this long ass amalgamations of words. And I was like, oh, I didn't get fish, but I almost like Karen'd on a chat worker for no good reason. No, I wouldn't have Karen on him, but I paid for unlimited. I'm going to use the unlimited. So I was just like, oh shit, you're right. You will sleep sometime, Estrella, and it will be amazing. No, I slept last night and it was awful. I feel like shit. That's why I don't think I've ever had good sleep in my life. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, even as a kid, I was constantly exhausted. I think I genuinely was born with fucking insomnia, though, because, like, when I was a kid, dude, I was up until, like, 6 a.m. As a teenager, I was probably up until, like, 2 or 4 a.m. And then that's just kind of been my schedule ever since. Well, I will now download my entire Steam library. Oh, okay. Fair. I am curious how much internet I think we use at least a terabyte. So like we don't really have a choice but to have unlimited. But now I'm curious. This is how I get docs, chat. Checking my internet usage on stream. You know what? No, I'm gonna log in on my phone. Why am I being stupid? No, okay, so we're gonna talk about slime trackers though. I don't think I can actually recommend them to anybody right now. One, here's what pisses me off about it a little bit that just had rubbed me the wrong way before I even got them. The second that I decide that I want to buy them, they talk about their version 2s that they're releasing that are going to be like smaller profile. You wouldn't know the only thing they mentioned, and this might be on me for not researching, but I did try. I searched through the Discord pretty heavily, and I didn't see too much details on them. And so the second I decided to buy them, they're like, so we're releasing new ones in like 1 to 2 months, and I'm like, should I just wait then? And the only like factors they really gave me to make my decision was longer battery life, the same tracking for the most part. They said it was going to be about the same quality. If you saw any quality increase, it would be very minor. And I think that was pretty much it. They were like, it just comes down to like if you want the longer battery life or not. And I was like, well, I feel like they have a pretty good battery. Like, I don't mind having to charge them after every session. So it's like, okay. I was like, I'll just get these then, instead of having to wait a couple of more months, because my 3D model was technically supposed to be done by now. So it was just like, okay. Let me see. I'll think about it for a couple of days. And then I ordered them, because I was like, you know what? It's all right. I don't care. The straps are nice. I like the clear plastic purple stuff. Like, it's cute. So I was like, okay, and here's the thing. I want you guys to realize, I feel like this is a thing. The entire time that I was using MoCopy, that slime server did nothing but shit on MoCopy the entire time. because they're like, oh, they're awful trackers. They're literally the worst. They're just like, I don't know why people still buy them. Like, everybody has issues. And don't get me wrong, the initial setup of Mocopy was kind of atrocious, but after I got it set up, it was fine. And it used the Slime VR app, so like it really wasn't that bad. And I didn't have to do like really any calibrating. Like it was just like everything worked pretty appropriately. So I was like, okay. But the problem is that they drift really badly. And I don't pay attention enough to my avatar in VR chat to notice every 5 minutes to like tap my chest to make sure they're like aligned properly. So it's like, let me get the slimes so I don't have to worry about that as much. They also have like a plugin that's supposed to help with the drift and stuff. So let's just do that. I get the trackers, get them ordered. Everything is going well. And like the biggest thing is like, I was like, okay, let's see how this goes. I get super excited. I'm like, I'm going to have like really good trackers. They're going to be like close to Vive quality. I say close. They're going to be close to Vive quality, but they're not going to have the blind spots. It's going to be fantastic. Like, I'm so hype. But I also went into it knowing that like slime trackers are not going to be perfect out of the box. So I was like, okay, expectations are pretty lowered. We're going to just, go with baseline. Baseline out of the box quality tracking should still be good. I was like, okay. And then just like fine tuning it, getting it to align perfectly with your own body, that kind of stuff. Like you learn that stuff in time. So I was like, okay. We got this. And so I was like, all right. And I do the whole setup process. I get everything connected. Everything is great. The firmware says, hey, don't update unless you know how to flash your trackers. So I was like, all right, I'm going to leave that for now. Let's see how things are acting without the updates to the firmware. So I get the trackers on, I get them situated, I get everything on, taken care of, connected, everything is communicating appropriately. And I get into VR chat and my legs don't work. And I'm like, shit. And so I was like, all right, what's going on? I go into the Discord server, I poke around for a little bit. I started a ticket because I thought I had a broken situation. I didn't think about it being software. So I was like, okay, fuck. And then I made a ticket and then I went to the technical support channel and I said, somebody said something and I was like, oh, is that like why my legs wouldn't be working if the OSC is on? And they're like, oh, definitely. So I turned that off and I was like, okay, so that's off. OSC trackers are the ones that connect to your headset through, actually it's kind of weird. I don't think Mocopy was technically being used as OSC trackers because I connected them pretty much the same way you connect. They connect pretty much identically to slimes. So I don't know why that would be a problem. I think it was the calibration. I think somebody was just talking out their ass. Because the problem is that a lot of the tech support for slimes, there's like 10 or 15 people that are actually there for tech support, and then everything else is community engineered because they rely on other community members to help troubleshoot if they're overworked and like have too much going on and they're trying to help too many people at once. Which really hasn't been that big of an issue because like they've been mostly doing orders of like maybe like 500 plus at the most, and they're assembled by someone else. But but when I got them physically, the strap situation kind of sucks. The straps are great, but so the slime tracker has, a belt buckle, right? Where it has like the two bars on the left and right side that you put the belt through, like to connect it, like an actual belt buckle. If you were to switch out your belt buckle, like it has the two bars on the side of it for the belt to loop through on either side. These straps, the trackers are made in a belt buckle style, but you get one strap with one bar on the end of it. So you have to lace the strap through both of the belt buckle loops, basically, and pull it all the way to the end. And then you wrap it around you and you pull the strap through the other loop on the other side. This is so inconvenient. Doing your arms is literally the worst. Because you have to not only hold it to your fucking arm, you have to get the little strap through the loop and then pull it through and latch it. And then because there's a silicone ribbon on the inside of the straps to help it stick to your skin or your clothing, you can't just easily adjust it when it's on your arm and appropriately attached. So you have to like try to put it in the right spot first and then adjust from there. Because if you like, you can't just slide it up your arm, or at least I can't personally because of the silicone. You could probably slide it up your arm inside out and then flip it back when you got it up on your arm. But I feel like that would just be a whole other ordeal, honestly. It sounds impractical. It's cheap, which is, I really don't think it would have been that difficult to have the straps like have some sort of a snapping enclosure on one side. So like on the left hand side, the strap has a snap on it. So you feed it through, snap it on, and then you loop the other side into it. I really don't think that would have been a bad idea. However, because you have to lace it through the strap, and the buckle on the end of it, the plastic loop is just kind of big and bulky, especially for like the extenders. The extenders are like an inch by a half inch big. They're tiny. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, this is whatever. Once it's on, it's fine. But then also here's the issue. Here's the issue. You know how like a lot of places would probably just do like a 2 to 4 inch strip of Velcro? The actual like hook part of the Velcro, not the soft part, but the hook part. You know how most people would probably put like a 2 to 4 inch piece of Velcro there? They did. Hang on. I'm going to let you hear it because, dude, I'm going to break my fucking, that's the other, there's so many. I should do like an actual video review of these, honestly. Let me get, so there is, the chest strap has 6 inches, which isn't bad because the chest strap is like, I don't know, probably 35 to 40. No, it's gotta be bigger because my tits are huge. Wait, no, this doesn't go over my tits. It goes over my chest, not my tits. It's like 40 inches of strap, maybe. No, maybe 3 feet. Okay, yeah, 3 feet. It's like 3 feet. And it's got like 6 inches of Velcro at the end of it, which like, that's fine. That's actually not that bad. But when you, here, listen, that's how much you have to, that's how much Velcro is on it. And then the extender that they use for the hip is like, oh, the extender has like way more Velcro on it. The extender has like, oh yeah, no, that has the same amount. But then the other, I don't know if they were just like, we have to use straps with 6 inches of Velcro, but I think all the other trackers, it's just as much Velcro. And it's just a lot of Velcro. 36 inches, close enough to 40, yeah. But I'm just like, okay, so the Velcro, it's just a massive amount of Velcro. Especially like it's fresh, like thick industrial Velcro. So like, well, it's not thick and uncomfortable, but it's like my fingers started to get raw from having to take the Velcro on and off so many times. Like it was starting to stab. And so it's like, okay. And like, the reason I want to wait, I kind of want to wait to do a full slime review because here's the thing. I have a lot of bitching right now, but I'm really hoping it pays off in the end. I'm bitching a lot right now, but I'm hoping it's worth it. So the straps are kind of an issue because they're just like kind of like really awkward to deal with. And so I'm like, okay, So initial physical setup. A thick Velcro to contain you. Oh my god. But like, it's nice. I am going to try to light sprinkle in compliments about this. The Velcro strap itself, the soft part, very elastic and very soft. Very comfy. I appreciate that. And the silicone to hold it to your skin and clothing, major upgrade. Love it. Absolutely love it. And so I'm like, okay, but what gets me is that the extension cables, they're like little 4-pin cables. And I mean little, they're really thin. They do not clip into the trackers. So you're prone to like pulling them out by accident. There also isn't the actual place where like the pins are supposed to be inserted, where the wires are coming out of it. They're not super protected. So you know how like a lot of companies will like the connector is like all encompassing. So the wires feed into the housing 100%. With the plastic still on it, so it has like that extra anchor of protection. This one is the wires are individually exposed. Like they don't have that like big anchor point. There's nothing to like protect them. Oh wait, yeah, there is. Wait. Okay, somebody must have had older wires then, because mine are actually fully encased. Okay, never mind. Mine aren't as fragile. However, I still kind of feel, I can still feel the individual wire in the housing a little bit. So it's still something that I'm really nervous for, because the actual housing where the wires are, like the connector, the actual connector, it's not much bigger than where you plug it into. So there's not much of a lip to like pull it out. Or to even like push it in. I had to like put my fingernails on either side of the connector and push it in to get it fully into the tracker. So that's like a little annoying. And then also like one of them does kind of keep slipping out every once in a while with just like a little bit of tugging. And so I'm like, well, that's not good. I think it's my right foot. I think it's the one on my right foot that's kind of a pain. So I was like, oh shit, okay. So like I have to be careful with my right foot one. I shouldn't have to be careful. These should be pretty durable. Like that's kind of the other issue, is like you got people that are dancing, doing exercises, doing like events. Like you want these to be sturdy. But I noticed when I plugged in the cable for the extenders, the actual, I wonder if I can get it to do it to where you guys can hear it. Yeah, that one's not. You know, the chip in the boards and the housings and stuff like that are inside of like any electronic, it almost feels a little loose when I plug things into it. They are anchored in there somehow, but it's not very, very well. So whenever I plug them in to charge them, I feel like some give, which isn't like a huge deal. But then like when I try to plug in the 4-pin, because you have to be a little bit more like firm with a 4-pin than you do a USB-C, I'm so scared that I'm going to break something or that it's going to come loose, because I'm just sitting here like it is already loose, but I don't know how much room it actually has to move around. So I'm like, okay, whatever. And so I was like, all right. So like that's the actual like physical qualities of the trackers. I'm concerned about the wires. They scare me and I'm afraid I'm going to break them. And you have to go through a whole process to get this shit replaced too. Like you can't just go order a new wire from like Best Buy. So I'm like, all right, shit. I don't think it's a proprietary wire though. I really think it's just like a micro 4-pin. So I don't think it's really that proprietary, but I don't know. So I'm just like, okay. So that's all the physical issues that I have with the trackers. They sit pretty nicely on my body. They don't budge unless you're wearing loose clothing. You can wear them under your clothes, which is great too. So if you want that like extra layer of like, because you know how like your thighs, like they taper down to your knees. So like, you know, you're going to have some shifting. The only downside about the silicone is that you kind of have to make sure you give yourself enough slack when you pull the strap around your body, because the silicone grips so well to your clothing that if you just try to pull it up front, it's not going to go anywhere. So like it's good and bad in that sense. So like physically, the trackers aren't awful, but I have some build quality complaints as far as like they feel. It's weird because the housing itself feels good quality and it's very cute. It's that clear purple with like glitter, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, bitch. Or maybe it's just clear purple. I don't think there's glitter. They should do glitter. Glitter would be based. Anyway. So that's like my physical things about the straps. Like everything can take it into VR chat, and my tracking, you could count my frames is the best way that I can describe it. And you guys saw the video yesterday of like it was way worse than that when I first started it. And so I was like, all right. But I was like, okay, it is what it is. I'll start a ticket and see if I can figure this out. I didn't even start a ticket. I just asked in the technical support channel because I was like, the girl lights letter God, do I ever? But I was like, okay, so I just asked in the technical support channel because I was like, oh, it's probably just something stupid. Hey. So I was like, okay, you know, it is what it is. Also, if anybody's a first-time chatter, welcome in. I can see first-time chatters in my multi-chat. So if you're a first-time chatter, welcome in. If you're a returning user, hello, I missed you. But so I was like, okay. So I was like, all right. Get everything plugged into the air, whatever. And so I was like, hey, does anybody know what might be causing like stuttering issues? Some guy posted a paragraph after me, so it did get pushed up. So I was like, okay, I'll try it in the morning. And this is part of how the insomnia started, is because I was just like, oh, I'll just mess with the trackers for an hour and then I'll go to bed. And then 3 hours passed, and then I lost an hour scrolling TikTok, and then I just didn't feel tired. So I was like, all right, whatever. No, I'm in a sleep debt, and I owe my body another 8 hours. Anyway, you missed us? Yeah. There it goes. But so I was like, okay. I was like, maybe it's just I'll just ask in the morning. And so when Seal left for work, I was just laying in my bed, and I was like, I'll try one more time and ask if anybody knows anything. You guys remember how I used to be, like, even just a year or two ago, when people would be like, if I start to have tech issues and people start going, have you tried this? Have you done this? Have you done that? You should restart, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I know what I'm doing. Shut the hell up. The amount these people triggered that in me, I swear to God. I know you have to treat the average user like they're the average user, but I was wanting to pull my hair out. And so it went a little something like this. Did you restart your router? Me knowing I didn't restart my router, but that it wasn't going to change anything. Yes, I restarted my router. Well, no, I didn't say. I was like, well, I don't know if it would really be the router, because it seems like it's just VR chat that has issues. So I don't think this has anything to do with my network. Well, you should restart your router. That'll probably solve some issues. And I was like, okay, I restarted my router. I totally just restarted my router. Yep. I restarted my router. Huh. Okay. So is your 2.4 band really congested? I don't think so. I don't know. My 2.4 is kind of ass though, but like it's not congested. Well, it's probably your 2.4 being really congested. You should try a different channel. And I'm like, okay. So like I did a speed test on mobile because I was like, I'm not getting the fuck up. And they're like, can you send us a video of what's going on? Did you download the RAM? They're like, can you send a video? And I was like, I'm literally laying in bed. I just threw up, and it's really not that hard to understand. I'm having stuttering. Like it gets hung up in one position and then snaps to the next. It really kind of looks like I have low frames. And they're like, well, without the video would tell us all we need to know. And I'm just sitting here like, okay. And so I went to go make a fucking video. And during this whole experience, like, and that's the short version. The longer version is that in between the video and the restarting the router, I had restarting the router mentioned like 6 times. And I'm like, you guys are not fucking listening. And keep in mind, these are community members and maybe 1 or 2 mods. Okay, I gotta go take a shower and have to buy flowers for my wife. Have fun. Have fun. I hope you and your wife have a nice day. I hope you're not buying flowers because you fucked up, and I hope you're just buying them because you love her. but I was just like, okay, so let me figure this out. And so I was just like, I'm not restarting my fucking router, dude. But I changed my channels, downloaded Wi-Fi Man again, went through everything, and I was like, it's our birthdays, so I'm also doing dinner. Ooh, yeah, let's go. Ooh, if you want like a hot girl tip, write like a cute little note. Just write something really sweet. Like tell her how much you love her. And be like, a VTuber told me to do this, and I think the VTuber was based. So I was just like, okay, it is what it is. This is an awkward thing to say. Please don't do that. Because I can't get to the bottom of my chat now. There we go. Yeah, I'm just like, that's very kind and that's very sweet. But also, I have vision issues, so please keep your spam to like 4 lines. Thank you. I'm so sorry. That's very sweet and very kind of you. But also, I literally could not use my chat. Oh God, am I losing? Oh, I'm not losing. I'm not losing any frames. Are you guys buffering? Maybe it was your fault that I buffered. Let's find me. Oh, thank God. Okay. I have been edged so hard. Oh my God. I hope I can leave today. I was up until 3:30 and stayed up all day yesterday and can pass out. Oh my God. That's so fucking rough, dude. Sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Just like I didn't realize it was gonna... That was a lot. I didn't know my character limit could go that high. Holy fucking shit. It's very sweet and very kind, but just like keep it to like 4 or 5, like a raid message. Keep it like raid message length, please. I'm so sorry. I have like I think I have like 32 pixel font on OBS. So if it's more than like that many lines, it takes up my entire chat. But that one took me a while. The paragraphs fill the whole screen on Estrella's side. Yeah. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You're totally fine. You didn't know. You honestly had no idea. Please do not feel bad. But I just wanted to make sure that the rest of chat didn't join in.
Did I jump scare you?
I mean, my heart rate spiked a little bit, but that was about it. But like, I didn't want everybody else to copy paste it because it would have destroyed my ability to do anything. I kept clicking on go down to the bottom of the chat because I was like, oh shit. And I kept clicking it and it wasn't working. And I was like, no. So it was very keep that. Thank you. Thanks for not being upset with me. I'm sorry. I know some people will get like really defensive or feel really guilty, but it's 100% fine. If I was mad, you would know. And even then, if you think I'm mad, I might not be bad. Do you be surprised? But I just always sound nice. How do you support the streamer? That's, you know what? Fuck you. No. Okay. So they were like, restart your router, restart your router, restart your router. And I was like, okay. And I want to, and this is where it's important for you guys to remember, when they were talking about the new slimes that we're releasing, the only selling points or like decision points they really gave was battery life and maybe ever so slightly better tracking, but not by much. And so I was like, okay, it is what it is. And so I was like, and I tried being in the same room as my router versus my office, and it was the same level of tracking. And so I was like, okay, so it's not my network. I've done troubleshooting for my network to a degree. And so I was like, okay, let's try to figure this out. And they were just like, restart your router, restart it. So I just lied and I said, yeah, I restarted it. But I started messing with the channels because here's the thing. I've had issues with my 2.4. New trackers came in. They came in last week and I've been dealing with some stuff with them. And there is something I almost regret getting them, which is what I'm talking about right now. We're getting into the actual issues. Before it was just mostly like minor complaints and stuff like that. So I was like, okay. And so I changed, I downloaded Wi-Fi Man. I checked my networks. I like went through and like all of my 2.4 channels in my area are about 40% congested, which actually isn't bad according to Wi-Fi Man. It says it's excellent. So I was like, okay, so it's probably not congestion, but I started messing with my settings. I realized that I needed to be, so my router, it has like speed settings. So you have, for my 2.4 specifically, it's from the top down, it's up to 300 megs, 154 megs, which is a weird fucking number, and then 56 megs. And so I was like, let me see if narrowing the bandwidth will help at all. So I dropped it down to 150. Keep in mind, changing channels didn't do shit. I did check for firmware updates, and I did restart the router from the comfort of my own bed. It's one of the biggest reasons I hate restarting routers. I also like restarting your router. Honestly, a lot of the times it doesn't do shit. It's just like that first step of troubleshooting, and then newbies will like latch onto it and be like, it's going to solve all your problems. Just restart your router. And it's like, that's not really how that works, dude. Hey, buddy. But it's just like, restarting your router is great if you're actually noticing service issues. If you're not noticing any service issues, then like, don't bother. It's not worth it. And so it's like, okay, restarting didn't do shit. Changing channels really didn't do shit. And so I like stuck myself on, the funny thing is that every once in a blue moon, restarting your router just works. It's rare, it's common enough of a fix that people think it's the end-all solution. But if you're not having issues with your 5G band, sorry. If you're not having issues with your 5G band, you're not having late service issues, your speeds are fine, there's no reason to restart your fucking router. It's just like the first, thank you. It's just like the first step for troubleshooting for ISPs. So everybody just assumed it's like the miracle drug, I swear. So they did all that, nothing changed. And so I was like sitting there thinking, it's like, let me just drop the bandwidth down to like up to 150 megs. Bam, it fits. It fits to my 2.4 because I was downloading. My 2.4 is atrocious, dude. My 2.4 went from like downloading 1 to 5 megs to 10 to 50. And I was like, geez, last night it was downloading at 50 megs. And I was like, holy shit. So at nighttime, if worst case scenario, I didn't try my trackers last night, but I'm going to try them at night the next time. And worst case, when we do our Blue Twitch streams for the VR Dancey dance streams, we might just do them at night. If that's the solution. That's pretty good for 2.4. Yeah, so I was like, all right, fucking crushing it, dude. I think the max I saw last night was 74 download and 20. My 2.4 upload speed is actually pretty good. I was shocked. So narrowing the bandwidth from 300 megs to 150 fits it. I dropped it down to 50 to see if that would help it even more. It didn't make a difference. So I was like, okay, cool. whatever, it is what it is. And so I was like, all right. I'm still trying to find my maybe. Anyways, whatever. So I was like, all right. And then I was like, okay. So I messed with my 2.4, and then I put everything back on to see like where it was at. And because everybody's just like router, and I was like, all right, whatever, if you say so. It made the most minor change. I was maybe 50% better. If we're going from a scale of 0 to 100%, right? And like 0% is like where I started, because it was like, I don't know, to me it was kind of unusable for me personally, but I realize that other people probably don't think it's that bad. So I would say I probably got to like the video that we had. Wait, is it on this screen? No, it's not on the screen. It's on the other one. But the video that we got to on... Oh, yeah, so now, okay. This point right here. See where, like, the legs kind of pop? It also, the chest does it too, but I don't notice it. The chest was, this is the thing though, it was doing, yeah, see right there. It was doing a lot better. This is a lot better. This is usable, but not immaculate. Like it's supposed, like it's not the standard that they set for these trackers. So it was like, it's usable and I could get with it at the top. Yeah, it's really cute. So I was like, it's usable. However, it shouldn't look like that. And so I was like, okay, so that was the improved. And I was like, if my internet was the culprit, it probably would have been like way worse. Because my 2.4 was actually, yeah, they kind of pop out of the sockets. That's why I think it's a calibration issue. That's why I'm like so convinced it's probably a calibration issue, or like my height is set weird or something. Because the thing with like VR chat and slime, it matters where your floor is. Because like the headset measures where your floor is. It matters where your floor is, and it matters where your headset is, because it guesstimates how tall you are based on that information. And so I'm like, okay. And so I'm like, all right. And so I didn't have that video yet, but they were like, we really just need a video. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. And so like, they were like, all right. And the person that was helping me was like, I gotta go to bed. I hope you guys have a good night. And I was like, thank you. Cause I get a little abrasive when I'm trying to do troubleshooting stuff. And I know the answers that I'm getting aren't the best. But even giving all the information, one of the mods is like, guys, she said that she said it does XYZ, so it's probably network. And I'm just sitting here like, it's not network, I promise you. And if it is, then I need an explanation as to what part of the network it is. So I'm like, all right. Is what it is. Life moves on. And I was just like, all right. And then so I was like, you know what? Let me get the video, because there was no way I was sleeping. I was too awake. And so I'm like, all right, whatever. So I got the video. Everybody goes to bed. I get the video. I post it into the Discord. And then somebody was like, can you take a picture with your calibration now? And I was like, could you not have fucking asked me while I was in? I took everything off. I powered everything down, exited out of everything, and took all the trackers off. And so I'm like, you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, you're actually fucking kidding me. You're shitting me, right? And he's like, yeah, just whenever you get the picture, just let us know. And I was like, okay, cool. Is there anything else? Is there anything else while I'm in there that you would like me to do that I need the trackers on for? One very large oof later. Yeah, so I went in, got the calibration picture, posted it, and they're like, seems fine. I'll look into the jittering later. And I was like, okay. It's been 24 hours. So the issues with, can you do a little jingy? Now just a random question. Does everyone have random box bin that just contains random cables that you don't remember what they are for? Yes, everyone who has ADHD. Congratulations, get diagnosed, bitch. Okay. Anyway. E4. Alaska Cables remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Congratulations, here's your review. And we have a drawer in the entertainment center and we call it hell. Can confirm it. Oh my god. No, neurotypical people have boxes of cables, don't get me wrong, but it's usually like spare cables that they, I don't know, just like, oh, all of my HDMI cables, they're a little bit better about it, but. Wait, you guys have one box of cables? No, I have a box and a drawer. Most of what's in the, okay, here's the thing though, Steel still has all of his old consoles and all of his controllers. I should take a picture of it one day. It is literally like a 6-inch or 10-inch deep drawer full of controllers, N64 power things, because each of us has an N64. So it's controllers, any AV cables that you would possibly need for the systems that came with them, because those aren't exactly made anymore. Some extra power cables, HDMI cables, micro USB cables, and just like, it's like a 6 to 10 inch deep drawer, just full of controllers and cables for mostly old gaming systems. Now, none of this shit is plugged in. The Atari is still in a protective case hanging up in his closet. Actually, I don't know where the Atari is. Ew. No, we did find it after the move and we put it somewhere. I just don't remember where we put it. But then the actual like household cables, we don't actually have a box of those. We have a box that we have to go through and put into hell, but HDMI cable, I have a drawer of like HDMI and USB cables that I use for my setup, but that's about it. Some XLR cables, like it's not bad. I have cables and TV cable, power plugs, Sega, Wii, the original, yeah. So it's Atari, I think it's the Atari 6000. Oh no, it's one of the, I say newer. It was one of the newer Ataris. I think it's like there's a Sega, an Atari. I have the PS3 and 4 and the N64. He has the original Xbox. I think there's a Super Nintendo, but don't quote me. Game Boy Advance. I think that's it. And he wants to get a GameCube, and he wants a Sega Dreamcast. I think that's it. Newer, yeah. But you know, so I deal with like some of the tracker and troubleshooting stuff, and like here's where things start to get to a point where I'm like, you guys need to be careful. You guys need to be really careful with how you're handling this. So what happened is they had over 2,000 orders go out this month and get delivered. 2,000 orders, at least. Because they give you the amounts and stuff like that so you can kind of track where in the shipments your orders are. That's a lot of orders. It is. And the influx of support tickets, new users, and activity in the technical support channel is pretty fucking rough. I mean, Steel probably wants the orange GameCube. No. Are you sure you know Steel? Bro. The guy's favorite colors are black and purple. What do you? And I mean royal purple, not pastel shit that I wear. Silver is best. Yeah, silver is pretty. Unless there's something specific about the orange one, feature or collection wise, I don't think there's a reason for him to want it. Wait, the orange GameCube. Orange GameCube. Is it literally just orange? Because if so, then no, he wants the purple one. He wants the purple one. The basic default one. The man is a slut for purple. I just want Game Boy SP so I can do my first Nuzlocke. Oh, sweetie baby honey child. Oh, sweetie baby honey child. We do Nuzlots on PC. Steel lights that plum crazy purple. Yes, unironically, that's his dream color. If he could get his car in that color, that's what he wants. The Dodge plum crazy is what he wants his car to be. Like, he's got the... You guys know. I'm not gonna keep saying it, but you guys know. He's got his like one of his dream cars, but it's the SXT model. I don't know if model is the right word, but it's the SXT version. I know it. Yeah. I just don't want to keep saying it because he's okay with you guys knowing, but he doesn't want to like be. I don't want to keep putting it out there, you know. My PC isn't strong enough to run XCOM on it. I don't think, does this really take much? I don't know if it takes that much, honestly, if you're doing an older Pokemon game. I could post the files if you want to try. I don't know. It's up to you, though. But that's fair. That's fair. You could do it. You could raw vanilla Nuzlocke. That would actually probably be more fun, honestly. Oh, you knew it as in his favorite color. Yeah. He doesn't. Yeah. Sorry. I don't want to keep. I don't want to. Yeah. Oh my god. I can't believe I missed. Yeah. No. He wants that plum crazy. He wants that. He wants that good. He wants that plum crazy purple so bad. A pawn shop PC? You could probably, yeah, there's some things you can do with it, but I get it. Trust me, we all start somewhere. The first PC I started streaming with wasn't the best either. Let's plum crazy. Hang on a second. Let me find a really good picture. Because in certain lighting, and under like blue lighting, the plum crazy just fucking pops, dude. It's so pretty. Oh, I think this is the black top package too. I'll show you guys what plum crazy is. This is the Dodge plum crazy. It's a proprietary Dodge color. It's beautiful. And it has micro glitter in it. Stupid name though. You gotta think I think plum crazy is from the 60s? When was plum crazy introduced? Hang on. When did Dodge release plum crazy? 1970 was when Plum Crazy was introduced. You guys want to see? You guys want to see the OG? This is so pretty. Damn, this looks sick. This would be cool to have. This would be a cool car to have. You know what? To be fair, this may not be a 70s model. It is Google, so like this very well may not be the 70s model, but I don't know. It's so pretty though. This is the OG, at least an OG. That would be so cool to have. That would be so cool to have from like a collector standpoint. That would be so fun to have. That'd be so fun. I love it. What 70s-ish? Yeah, it may not be the 1970s, but or 1970, but it could be like a 75 or something, you know? Classic Hemi. She's so pretty. I love it. But anyway, yeah, now Dodge is EV, and yeah, it sucks. Steel got the last year, or the last one of the last. I get so nervous talking about this shit, but it's like one of the most common. Oh no, VTS Pog is up. Oh my god, is it delayed again? Yeah, it's acting like it's having resource issues. It'll come through in like 10 minutes, I swear. Like something's going on with it. Should 8 instances of this be? You know what? I'm gonna ask a Ruben about that later. I wonder how many processes VTS Pod should have, because there's 7 processes that say VTS Pod under the VTS Pod main process. There's 7 sub-processes that all say VTS Pod. And then one that says VTS Pod helper. I don't know if it's supposed to have 8 processes running at the same goddamn time. The new CEO is talking about bringing back the V8s and restarting the engine plant in the US. Oh, thank God. I don't know what to do about that. Everything is going to be really delayed through VTS Pog. I don't know what to do.
I ain't waiting for the joke to be too long to pass. Makes sense why that's Steele's favorite color. That was the same year he was born in Pepper.
What the fuck? You just call Steele old? Goddamn!
So, Steele's a fossil and you're developing a comedian complex. Great combination.
Goddamn. He actually has his phone on him. I was like, Danny said you were born in 70, and he gave me like 10 question marks. Like, what? You're saying Synergy said you probably wanted the orange GameCube. And I said you were a slut for purple. And Red Jet said you probably want that plum crazy shit, and I was like, hell yeah, he does. That's his dream color. And then we looked up the release year and looked at a 19 and looked at a 70 Challenger And Danny said, oh my god, this is so long. Danny said, you probably love it so much because you were born. That's just a really weird way to call you old. Okay. No snitching. I'm snitching. I'm snitching, bitch. He's not gonna care. He already feels old. Bro got like a gray hair and he's like, I'm dying! No, it wasn't that bad, but... I was like, bro, you're not even old. Shut up. You're just a baby. You're just a fetus. No, he's not a fetus, but... In all caps, I do love Plum Crazy. It's a sick color. Fuck you. God forbid a man feel old. Tell him I'd kiss him for having good taste in cars and paint color. Okay, that's one of the last things I'll tell him though. Rajat said he'll give you a good suck because he also, because you have great taste in cars and colors. That's close enough. Dude, I would suck it for the color. Danny said he'd suck you for it too. If you got it. I keep leaving out the last words. That's even better. Hell yeah, let's go. You can suck until you turn plum crazy! Let me try to edit these messages so it doesn't look so... I literally left off the last word of every single one. Damn it. Also, Beagle had a really good comment. You could suck him until you turn plum crazy. My hair is getting thin, that's worse. Oh shit, I thought you said you were bald. Oh, were you just oh, you were probably joking, I'm sorry. I thought you meant that you literally had no hair. I'm sorry, I'm autistic. But yeah, so basically with the troubleshooting stuff, I got to the point where like the video looked the way that I showed it to you guys earlier. It's not the only color I would turn. Oh my god. You guys are so horny for my best friend. Holy shit. I was just like, bro, chat's being so horny for you right now. Help. All of men who have cars stuck into women. I love men who love cars stuck into women. Hell yeah, let's go. I mean, yeah, have you met him? Yes. That's the problem. No kidding. Simping over his shell. Nah, sucking steel's cock. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyway. So I was like, oh, and now Nate's here. Oh god. He's literally a smarter version of me. Of course I'm horny for it. God damn it. He is the only person I have met that's as cursed as I am. Dude, I literally like leaned my head down when Nate got here and I lifted my head up and my pots kicked in and I blame Nate. I blame that bitch. I think part of the reason why my heart rate register is so low on my Fitbit when I have those episodes is because my arm is kind of propped up on my desk. Oh my god, it's back. Oh, you suck, bitch. You cursed me. Nate can turn crazy plum though. Oh, Nate, you want to see something pretty? We found, this is like a 1970s, I think, but we were talking about plum crazy because Red Jet said that Seal probably lights up plum. Look at it. It's so pretty. That'd be so cool to have as a collector. That'd be so cool to have as a collector. No, but for real, you and Seal are on the same level of curse. Yeah, and that's just what they show you guys. Dear, yeah, I love it. It's so pretty. And that would be so cool to have as a collector. And the dream car is Plum Crazy Plymouth Barracuda with wine rally stripes. That's his like ultimate dream. If you got, was that 69 or 71? So it says Plum Crazy didn't release until 70. So I don't know. Oh fuck yes. I'm waiting for Red Jet to come. I'll up it in Estrella art to make it complete. If I had classic, I'd drive it. The man has immaculate taste, yeah. Red Jet's gonna what? Come. He's gonna come. Did you hear me, Red Jet? I think you might have missed that part. Not about you coming, but about Stream's actual like Seal's top tier dream car. I'm going to point this out before I have to go do some house errands, but Kingdom Hearts Keyblade earring. Oh, keyring says Disney around the right, but the small charm with the Keyblade says Square Enix. So who owns the non-Disney stuff in Kingdom Hearts, Square Enix? And Final Fantasy. Well, I mean, Final Fantasy is run by Square Enix, so yeah. It's a collab. It's not a full ownership or proprietary anything. It's just Kingdom Hearts is a collaboration. So it's like, think of it as like equal partnership. I know it gets confusing because Disney owns everything, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think Red Jet heard me. Anyway, it's been like a minute. But yeah, so I was like dealing with the stuff, and so I eventually I haven't gotten an answer yet as to what anybody thinks is going on with it. I think it might be my proportions or something to do with calibration. It's owned by Square Enix. They just bought the rights to use Disney property. I wouldn't say they bought the rights necessarily because that makes it sound like they own it. But yeah, they have collaborative rights and all that jazz. But yeah. And Disney made sure that they're using the IP in the appropriate way. It was what? Nate, Danny, and probably Red Jet, if he had heard me. That asshole. Okay. license the rights. It might be a more accurate way to describe it. Yeah, they have permissions and all that stuff, and they 100% paid for it. But yeah. But yeah, so where the staff of like Slime Bee are kind of starting to mess up is because they had over 2,000 orders go out. There is a significant influx in new users, technical support, and all that kind of stuff going on. So it's a little bit of an iffy situation, and they're getting really burned out because they're trying to help as many people as possible and go through the support tickets as quickly as possible, but they're just getting so burned out that a lot of things are falling through the cracks. And I'm a little bit concerned what that means for me personally. If I can't get these to work, it's not like I could just go to somebody else's house to test out these trackers. So I can't even really theoretically rule out or rule in network issues. But I personally don't think my network is the problem because, like, what is going on with Tangia? Oh my god. It's not Tangia's fault. It's VTS Pog. Let me try restarting VTS Pog. Wait, is Smallbite's mouth moving when it happens? I forgot this is broken. I'm going to try and restart it. Because I swear I probably need a fucking fresh install, but Ruben is like really certain that I don't. And I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm starting to think that I do. Because what I've been using the VTS Pog for like, what, 2 years now? Didn't talk or anything. Yeah, I was just wondering if his mouth moved, because then... Hey, Chaku. Because then it would at least tell me if it was like a VTS Pog issue or if it was Tangia. I also may not have started it as an admin. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, you know what? I want to try something, actually. I want to see if this file location acts any differently. Well, part of the reason why I kind of think I need to do a fresh install is because I have multiple different... I want to make sure there's not multiple versions of VTS Pog in my computer at the same time, because that can cause issues too. So, I don't know. Alright. Let's check the Twitch setting. Alright, all Twitch connection is off. Let me go to Tangia while I'm chit-chatting about this. I'm happy today. I'm neutral. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. His mouth wasn't moving. Yeah. No, I was pretty sure that's what you meant, but I just wanted to make sure. .co. But yeah, so they started to get a little sassy yesterday, and there's a girl, and she seems sweet. But there's a woman, like a majority of these users are over 18, but not all of them are. So I'm careful. Obviously, I'm not gonna make sexual jokes in a fucking technical server, but whatever. But she seemed sweet. So she's like, I'm just having issues with connection. I was like, oh yeah, I've seen like 5 people mention having connection issues just this week. And they're all users that have said like they've been using their slime trackers just fine. And then all of a sudden they stop working and they can't connect. We went back and forth a little bit, and I was just like, do me a favor and check like a couple of things, because I can do basic troubleshooting, which is actually perfect, because I think a lot of people, when you're so used to dealing with like issues with programs and stuff, you end up jumping to the complicated solutions first, because you're like, oh, those like, turning it on and off and like checking all this XYZ is just like basic stuff, and like you would think you don't need to do it after a while, but you do. You should always start with the basic stuff. So the all right, that one was a TTS and this one is I'll play this one. Okay, let's see if it works.
King Mickey told me I would help Sora seal the darkness by turning plumb crazy with Sora's Keyblade, if you know what I mean.
Anyway, it works now. Cool. But So basically, I'm going to take a picture of my timestamp just to make sure, because, like, we're trying to check the logs to see, like, what might be causing the issues with VTS pod double reading. So use VTS pod and Tangia as much as you want to today, please. I'm not asking for money, even though I technically am. But if you guys can use VTS pod throughout the stream, I would appreciate it, just so we can try to get down to the bottom of the troubleshooting issue. Because I think the last stream that we thought we fixed it took like 4 resubs before it finally broke. So I don't know. Just use it as you normally would. If you feel comfortable with it, I appreciate it. Because I don't know if Tangia double reads or not, so it'd be nice to know if it does. And then I don't know if bits double read. And then subs we know double read after at least a bit, so just use it as you normally would. There's no pressure, but if you feel comfy and you want to either use Tangia or the AI, please feel free to do so. It's a very weird issue. It's not necessarily weird in the sense that, like, it's never happened before, but it's weird in the sense that, like, it never used to happen. Or, like, it happened, they fixed it, and it's been years. It's been a while since it happened again. But this beta version of the program, I swear, me and Hart have, like, the very similar issues with VTS POG. But yeah, so me and this girl were going back and forth, and I was just like, just check that your PC, like, Windows didn't change the setting for, like, make sure you're on a private network, and then make sure that, like, these 2 things. And then she's like, okay, and she went and checked, and she was on a private network, and then, like, somebody, I think it was a staffer. I think purple names are staff and green names are just mods, but I could be wrong. It could be the other way around. I don't know. But somebody, like, responded and was like, to be fair, there's like 3 people on average that have, like, connection issues a week. And I'm just sitting here like, I'm not going to start getting into an argument with this person, so I didn't say anything. But I was like, I literally just said that there's been at least 5 people in the last 24 hours that have had connection issues ever since yesterday. So it's a pretty big influx of users, and those are just the ones that reported it. Hey, Baron. Square develops and publishes games, yeah. But so basically, the way that they managed it, or, like, he was like, oh, like, you know, it's just like at least 3 people a week. And he, like, in response to what I said about maybe Windows changed something, because I had seen 5 reports of it in the last 24 hours, he's like, 3 people a week have connection issues. That doesn't mean it's related. And I was like, okay. He's like, networking is very complex. And ISPs send out shit gear. And I'm like, if networking is very complex, then that means you can't logically say that they're not related, because you don't actually know. Like, stop talking. So he's already talking out of his ass. And I was like, okay, weird, but okay, whatever. So I just didn't engage. I didn't say anything. Because, you know, normally I'd be like, well, you know, Windows is related. Everybody, like, most of these users have Windows. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that Windows snuck in an update that fucked with your networking. I was like, it would make sense. Like, that's what I would have said. But I was like, I'm not going to fight with this guy. It's going to start a fight, and I don't want to fight. And so I just ignored it. And I kept talking to Girly Pop. And Girly Pop was like, she did respond to him because he had made a suggestion. And she's like, yeah, that's what I thought too. Because at first it was just one tracker, then it was all of them. And she's like, but now all of my trackers aren't connecting or showing up. And he's like, huh, have you tried restarting your router? I was like, ah! But, like, while me and her were talking, she restarted her PC just to make sure. And she's like, oh shit, it works now. I don't know if it was restarting my PC or what, but now they're connecting. And I was like, oh, thank God. And she's like, the hip tracker still isn't connecting, but I probably just need a new cable. And the other guy was like, yeah, you probably just need a new cable. And she's like, you know, I was just kind of waiting on the update because the firmware that's out right now is kind of fucky. if it doesn't complete the firmware installation, it bricks your slimes and you have to flash them and reinstall the firmware, which isn't that big of a deal. But if you're not tech savvy, it can be a pain in the ass. So I'm like, okay. So I went ahead and updated them to see if that would fix my issue, and just made sure that they were fully charged. And so I was like, all right. And then, but he's like, that is a gross exaggeration. Not everyone had connection issues. It's only like a couple of people each week. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, whoa. Oh no, what he said, he's like, it's only a couple people a week. I'm just really burned out from helping people, so someone else can help you. And I was just like, okay, first of all, you self-inserted yourself into this conversation. We were already going back and forth. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Second of all, bro, what the fuck? Like, he was just in a bad mood, and he really shouldn't have come into the chat at that moment. But I'm just sitting here like, you self-inserted yourself into this situation, and now you're being a dick. And I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I get being, and that was what me and somebody were talking about last night. Like, they were like, I mean, I get being burned out, but like, it's technically a professional situation. And I was like, yeah, exactly. Like, it's okay to be burned out and to like say you're burned out, but to like say things like that is just they were, I don't know, they act like, even though like some of these people didn't actually physically work on the project, they just know enough to troubleshoot. It's like they act like they have some sort of personal investment and that this is their work of art that you're insulting. And it's like, I get it. This was a big passion project that got to a point of being like a very profitable business. But like, you still have to hold some sort of standards. And like, I'm afraid to even like, I mentioned MoCopy at one point, because like I was helping people with troubleshooting their MoCopy for a while, because I used them and I was familiar with them, so I knew how to operate them, and a lot of people got them as Christmas presents. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. Like, be professional, bro. It's just, you don't have to be like corpo professional, just be polite. Like, you, like, what gets me is that there's rules about like, be kind when asking for help, be kind to the moderators, be kind, like, be respectful, we're doing our best. And then they get bitchy with you. And it's like, I just want something I paid $350 for to work as intended. And I'm finding out now that like 2,000 plus people have gotten their orders. I'm finding out now just how fucking important the 2.4 internet is to these trackers. And if I had fucking known that, this is where I'm about to be like, this is what fucking pisses me off. They're releasing new trackers in a month or two. Said the only thing that should influence my decision is if I want better battery life and about the same quality of tracking. And then I find out that these new son of a bitch trackers are gonna be just like Vives and operate off of USB dongles. I could have eliminated all of this as a problem if I had just waited a month or two. But the only thing they said as a point of making a decision was the fucking battery life and the smaller form factor. And that was really fucking it. Why would they leave that out? That's so, if the information was readily available somewhere, this is kind of the other issue, is that their Discord is a little bit disorganized. So they don't have a separate channel for product updates or product releases. So everything is mixed in together for all their updates and all of their news. So you have to go through and read every weekly news report to find info on things. And it's just like, they need to hire more staff. I unironically want to talk to them and be like, do you need help? I will do part-time work remotely. I swear to God. I will help you with your Discord. I will help you with some of your outdated stuff. I will help you with all that stuff. And then like they need to add in on the product page. Here's the bullshit part. If you just stumble across these and are in the fucking Discord, they post the news in Chin Chin. It's not that bad, thankfully. But nowhere on the actual product page does it say anything about ensuring your 2.4 network can handle it. Because it's like, yeah, they use 2.4, but so does my Ring camera and it doesn't have problems. So does my heating and cooling and it doesn't have problems. Half the lights in my old apartment were 2.4 and didn't have a goddamn problem. So for all intents and purposes, the average computer user who doesn't know shit about technical things isn't going to know that. There should be an infographic and a paragraph explaining the importance of checking your Wi-Fi network before you purchase. If it's that important and that integral to the use of your site, most of these people have families. Most of these people live in households with over 4 people. Do you know how many smart devices that could be? I don't know, dude. Some people literally had to get dedicated routers for VR because of their trackers. And I'm just sitting here like, you should really stress the importance because the return policy is ass. Because they don't want to deal with like a lot of returns and exchanges for refunds. They operate on a warranty system for exchanges or like replacement parts, but they may not always have these replacement parts in stock. They also don't sell trackers individually. So if one tracker breaks and for some reason you can't get it replaced through warranty, the best you can do is buy, I think, 3 trackers or 5 or something. And it's like, bro, I don't want to buy a whole new set for one. The nice thing is that if you get the full body set, which is the 7 trackers with the 3 extenders, so a total of 10 trackers, I've noticed that like ARM trackers are kind of useless if you're using, if you're in VR chat. Really having trackers on your arm is kind of pointless because the controllers do a pretty good job of guesstimating. And so I technically can use those 2 trackers as spares. Or I can put them somewhere else on my body to have like better, like more reliable track. Like I could put one on my waist, or I could put, or I could move my thigh trackers up and then put them on my lower legs for like some better like knee bending tracking. Lucy's show, hi Nightmare. So it's just like one of those things where I'm like, also my internet is not running at full capacity. So it is and it isn't. It's like fluctuating between 5,000 and 7,000 in OBS. So if you guys do buffer a lot, let me know. Also, you're probably not crazy if you are buffering a lot. Because I've noticed that like, while it may look good on my end, certain browsers and certain servers may not be transferring the information super... who raided? Oh, Lily, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Straw Raiders. I'm a bot VTuber, and today I'm mostly yapping about my VR trackers and the issues I've been having, and then I'm probably just gonna play more Drug Game now that I actually have my layout done. Now that I finally have my goddamn layout taken care of, the irony is that I'm now too broke to hire employees. It only took 2 days. Yeah, it took like what, 10 hours altogether? Because it was, if you're talking about the actual time I spent playing the game, it was probably like 5 hours tops. Like how the music stopped. Yeah, it did like a little, and then it asked me if I wanted to keep listening. So it played like the first 3 seconds. I think you guys probably just thought it was a sound effect or something. Stream is struggling a bit for me. Unironically, is it? What browser are you on? Because someone else was having a lot of issues too, but no one else is. I noticed a little jittering last night. Oh yeah, last night we were having some problems. Last night I had to end. This is an iffy area for coverage, so it wasn't going to say anything. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. Could it be on Twitch's end? Yeah, 100%. But what the info that I'm sending out may not be the best for Twitch to send it to all browsers. No, I mean, it stopped the moment you said you can't afford employees. That's actually unironic. Edge? Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I don't know. If you're still here, Rose, are you also on Edge? If not, it's okay. If you want to keep lurking, I don't care. It is what it is. Rose is usually good about saying they're lurking, though, so they're probably just bopping around. They could have also been buffering, so they switched to somebody else's stream. So they're like, bitch, this shit won't keep. Oh wait, actually, let me check it on Edge. Let me check my Edge. That's a good idea, actually. Edge. Edge is a lot better than it used to. Like, Edge is actually, unironically, a pretty decent browser, but just not enough people use it. Twitch.tv/Estrella Aridas. Alright, I'll keep an eye on it. I'll check it every once in a while. It is pretty delayed on Edge. Wait, let me test. 1, Mississippi, 2, Mississippi, 3, Mississippi, 4, Mississippi, 5, Mississippi. Okay, 5 seconds isn't bad. Okay. Not buffering for me, but that doesn't mean anything. That means absolutely nothing. So. That means garbage. But yeah, it can be anything. So whenever people get a lot of buffering and stuff like that, there's a few different things it can be. It can be the Twitch server that's broadcasting the signal to your browser. It could be the way that Twitch is interacting with your browser. It can be the server that the stream is getting sent to and then redistributed from. Or it could be on the streamer's end. So it's hard. That's why it's so hard for us to troubleshoot streaming, which is why we have the tools that we do. Well, it's very much not working for me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hang on. I'm very sorry. I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you for being here. Just in case you can't hear me super well. Damn, I hate that. I wonder if mobile would do better for Lily, unironically, but I know mobile sucks for a lot of people and they don't like it, so. Poor Lily. Just trying to support their Oshi. Wait, I'm not their Oshi. It's Nero. I just say it because it's just it's just streamer banter. It's just streamer banter, but it's just like, oh yeah, I know they're Oshi. I don't know, you can have more than one Oshi though. You can have more than one. But yeah, it's just like, I don't know. If they're not careful with the Slime VR situation, I think they're going to accidentally, I hate to say it like this. And like, if anybody from the Slime server is listening, I hope you like take this with like some sort of like seriousness, is I really think they need more help. And I think that they need, not just in troubleshooting, but I think they need to get some more people to kind of help out with like organization updates and all that kind of stuff. Because like they're just people. They're your average everyday people, and they deserve to have breaks and stuff like that. But at the same time, like if they get too sassy with people that are just trying to figure out their issues, troubleshooting in general is a very frustrating situation. Especially like if you're trying to troubleshoot remotely without being able to see exactly what's going on. But I think like if they're not careful, they're going to like really put a bad taste in people's mouths, because I've already seen a couple of people, like people aren't comfortable speaking out against, people aren't super comfy with speaking out against the slime trackers because it's literally a server dedicated to the slime trackers. And so giving them actual constructive criticism is a very scary situation, because it's like you don't want to get on their bad sides, because those people literally hold your money in their hands. They're the ones that decide if you get exchanges. They're the ones that decide if you get to go through your warranty. They're the ones that decide what happens. So like no one wants to upset them. And no one wants to like be concerned about retaliation. But like one girl was like, maybe I should just save up for actual trackers. And I'm just sitting here like, somebody made the comment whenever I mentioned that I switched from Mocopy. They were like, why do people even buy them? And I was like, well, it was easy. It's portable. It comes in its own nice little case that charges all of them. They're tiny as shit, dude. They're the size of a nickel. Like, or like a king-sized M&M or something. Like they're the shape of an M&M, basically. They're a puck. They're like a little puck. And like they're probably no bigger than a quarter tops. And they're like, the straps are pretty intuitive. They like magnetize into the straps, so they're always going to be upright. And it's really easy to get them all on. The straps are really simple to use. Like it's just like once you get Mocopy like down as a process, it's actually pretty easy to use. Ginger, her issue is that she was using an older phone with older Bluetooth. So that was kind of the big issue there. That's why she was having so much trouble with it. Mobile sucks so much, dude. Yeah, mobile is a pain. But I'm just like sitting here like, I don't want to see them ruin this for themselves, you know? Like, I want them to keep going and keep thriving, and just like, I don't know. They really need to rework some stuff to get things on track. Because even I was sitting here thinking like, that guy was like, why did they even buy them? And I was like, because XYZ. And he's like, yeah, but isn't it like significantly more expensive for the same quality of tracking? And it's like, y'all spent 6 months to a year shitting on Mocopy. Anytime someone mentioned Mocopy, you guys basically, like, staff basically laughed them out of the server. And now you're sitting here telling me as a consumer that they have the same fucking quality? Then why the fuck did I buy slime? Why the actual fuck did I buy them if they're the same goddamn quality? Out of the box, they have better quality. I'll give you that fucking much. Yeah, arguing with the customers is basically shoot yourself in the foot. Yeah, if it happens more than that, because like, don't that one guy in particular shooting. Yeah, that one guy in particular that is a part of the staff was like a little sassy, and like he really should have just like not gotten involved in it if he wasn't ready to handle it. But like, as far as the consumer that told me, aren't they basically the same quality? I'm sitting here like, did I get misled? Did I get like so significantly misled because of slime VR propaganda? But then it's like, no, because like if you look at the videos of people that have slime tracking, it's very comparable to Vive. But it's getting to that point where you can have tracking to that quality that takes some time. Like straight out of the box, it's not going to be the best, which sucks. Like they're like, oh yeah, I teach some practice. I need you guys. you gotta do a ski pose to like help the trackers like see what your body proportions are and stuff like that, so they can like electronically measure. And so they were like, "Are you doing the ski pose?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Well, it can be really tricky. Like, it can be really tricky, and you gotta get the hang of it. And it takes a while to nail down." And I was like, "It's a ski pose." And they're like, "Let me show you a graphic." And I was like, "Okay." And the graphic was just like, "Don't spread your legs, don't spread your feet too far out." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what it looks like in the app. It says to have your feet and your knees 10 centimeters apart, keep your legs straight, keep your back straight, and hunch down into a ski pose." It's not that hard. It's really not that. They acted like it was like, "Oh, it takes a while to nail down," and I'm just like, in what world? I do have one more thing I did learn in my research last night, because I just kind of hung out in the technical support channel helping anybody that came in, because like there's hardly anybody at night and I was bored. I'm not doing free labor, I swear. I also don't know enough about them to troubleshoot anything beyond the basic troubleshooting steps. So I was just like, I was careful, but I was just like, okay. And so I was going through everything and I was just like reading, and like I think part of my issue, because it's specifically like my chest is pretty smooth, it's not bad. Tell everybody to restart their Okay, the funny thing is that the guy that was like really telling me to restart my router, he's a consumer, by the way, but the guy that was telling me to restart my router, that was like what he was telling everybody. Anytime he saw somebody at night, he was just like, "Oh yeah, you should restart your router." And she's like, "I did." And they're like, "Oh, that was quick." And she's like, "Oh no, I restarted it before I asked in here." And then the other staff, because there was the other staffer that was pushing that I was more than likely having a network issue, and was like, "You got to restart it, you got to restart it, you got to restart it." They were like, "Yeah, but you should restart it now." And I'm just sitting here like, what is a restart now going to do that a restart 5 minutes ago didn't? What? I swear it's like, I swear it's the tism, because I'm the same way to a degree about certain things. And it's like, oh, I figured out how to solve my Mocopy issue. So when Ginger had her Mocopy issue, I was like, let me walk you through fixing it. And then she's like, oh, but it doesn't say that for me. And then I was like, oh. Well, there goes the extent of my knowledge. But also, like, it's like a lot of us will find the solution to a problem and think it's the common solution and a common problem, and then just assume that's why everybody else is having an issue. Restart it when I tell you, basically. Like, broski. That's why people end up lying too. Oh, but then further on the Wi-Fi situation, they're like, well, like VR takes 100 meg download. So like 100 megs of internet speed is required for VR chat. And I was like, I don't have any issues in VR chat. VR chat is running fine. I'm not disconnecting, I'm not lagging, I'm not having any of those issues until I incorporate the trackers. Like, my arms move perfectly because they're controller based. Whereas like the rest of my fucking body is tracking based and it's not moving appropriately. So let's like and they're like, oh, but like how's your connection to your Wi-Fi on your headset? And I was like, it's fine. It's a little glitchy because I'm not as close to the router as I used to be, but it's like glitchy in the way that like Steam and my headset communicating. Because the way that Quest communicates with your PC, instead of having to use a cable, you can go virtually over Wi-Fi, which is so nice. But you basically remote into your PC through Steam, which is amazing. Dude, it's like the best fucking technology. I can go to my living room and stream from my living room with my headset. If I took my keyboard with me, I could sit here and use OBS and use my computer as a computer in VR. And that's crazy. Without a cable. Completely over Wi-Fi. Like, that's the cool part. Is like, yeah, there's a lot of headsets you can use as a PC with virtual desktop. You can, virtual in through browsers, but no, this is like a built-in app that uses Steam as a remote desktop access point. And that's fucking sick. I know you could do that. Yeah, so like when I'm streaming, I can click the button on my left controller to pull up my fucking monitor and use my keyboard and see everything in real time. It's amazing. And like, it's the most based thing that Meta and Steam ever did. It's so nice. Because previously what you would have to do is you have to connect like a 10-foot long cable from your headset to your computer and use the Quest apps, which I should pull up my Quest app to see if my headset needs to be updated at all. It's been a while. But it's really cool. And I'm so fucking hype about it. It's like the best thing in the world. I like push that shit to everybody. I'm like, oh, you got a Quest? Bro, get this app. Get it. Get it. Get it. But like once you get in, like you access Steam VR through Wi-Fi to your PC, and you end up in like the Steam VR home screen. And then you can access like Steam, you can access like, it'll have all your VR games listed on like a little panel in the VR world. And then you click on whatever VR game you want. And then if you click a button on your controller, it'll pull up the option menu to either go to Steam VR, Steam app, to like actually access your literal Steam like library and store and everything. You can access it through the headset. So your options are like the Steam app, the game you're playing, or your monitors. So you can pick which monitor you can see. So like I put most everything on monitor 1. So I pick monitor 1 and I can access my monitor. However, you can't access both monitors at the same time. So you do have to switch. But it's really not that big of a deal. Get the app, yeah. I'm sad that Fluffy couldn't use it. Fluffy was like, shit, my Wi-Fi sucks too bad for it. And I was like, no! Hi. Welcome in, Mercedes. I hope you're doing good. Oh, also, somebody mentioned in Twitch yesterday, if you guys want to avoid the Twitch ads, just go watch it on YouTube. I don't know how often YouTube throws ads on my streams. Probably not often, considering I'm not monetized, but that was a pretty base idea. Just use YouTube to still listen through the ads if you're on desktop. I was like, damn, that's smart. But yeah, so it was just like one of those things of like, but also on the Twitch side, I have music. I kind of wish that YouTube introduced multi-channel streaming, but I kind of understand why they don't. Because like Twitch is kind of like, Twitch to YouTube is what Kick is to Twitch. It's like an unlawful ground of navigation, but like YouTube also has that AI detection system, so I don't think you would be able to get away with playing DMCA music on YouTube live stream but not save it to the VOD because the AI would still detect it. YouTube also just doesn't give me ads for some reason. Oh yeah, I have a cock blocker, so sometimes it works on Twitch, which is interesting. It used to always work on Twitch, but now you have to get you have to go to GitHub and get a plugin for it to work on Twitch. But every once in a while, like maybe one day out of the month or like something, the cock blocker works on Twitch too, and I'm like, ooh. I've seen people get bonked on YouTube midstream, yeah. But like YouTube doesn't have you can't separate stuff on stream like you can with Twitch on YouTube because like the way that they do their streaming service and stuff like that. So if you listen to DMCA stuff on YouTube, and you're streaming, it's automatically detected and you can't separate that out. So it'll save it to the VOD. Whereas like Twitch uses a different system. But that's why I don't think YouTube is ever going to get multi-channel streaming set up. But I use the multi-streaming app that I use. You can select which track streams to YouTube. So I stream track 6, which just doesn't have my browser source on it for the music part. So I'm safe that way. I kind of, part of me wants to get, like I said at one point, like get like some music that I can put on loop and like not monitor the audio for myself and have it only play on track 6 so that there's at least some background noise. But I don't know, hot take maybe. But I kind of think that watching streams without music in the background is a really good way to do it, because then you can insert your own music. You can pick your own music to put in the background. The YouTube live experience feels so different in general for me. Yeah, that's fair. I think like it's just like a personal preference situation. There's people that enjoy streaming on YouTube and there's people that enjoy streaming on Twitch. And then there's people that want to completely destroy their lives and stream on Kick. Okay. Dude, I don't know. I'm like mostly outspoken about Kick for like a few different reasons, but it's just like Twitch is starting to get to that point too. Like Twitch is a little bit over censored, but like their problem is that they're like, they let Aiden Ross back. I have friends that preemptively banned him from finding their channels because they were like, I don't want to deal with the hate raids. Because for some reason, he dislikes VTubers or ASM artists or the combination of. And it's like, that wasn't very long ago. That was like, what, 2 years ago? Maybe 3 tops, when he was hate raiding Twitch channels of ASMR VTubers from Kick. Like, and he's like either partial owner or like, I don't know. He's basically, yeah, it was like 2 years ago. Yeah, it was right before some stuff went down. And so it's just like, bro, people don't have life-changing situations in 2 years. Like, that's just not how that shit works. He's probably still that person. He's probably 100% still that fucking person. How should I feel? Creatures lie here, lying through the window, monster. How should I feel? But it's just like one of those things of like, also Kick stole Twitch's code. A lot of people think that like Kick only took, like it's just like, oh, they're just using the Amazon servers and the layouts. Like, so, no, they just like straight up yoinked. They just straight up yoinked the code. Similar like Streamlabs and OBS. They just fucking took it. It's different if you're not accepting money for it. Like, that's the big thing that people kind of have to realize, is that like the code, the servers, the UI, and layout, the servers are readily available for anybody to rent. That one's not really a valid criticism. Like, that's fair. You know, whenever I see clips of him on Twitter, I'm like, yep, he's the same. Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I think I have people that I'm close with that have good judges in character that still watch Asmongold, so I don't know, dude. The Asmon's like last apology situation where he's like, I don't want to be blah, blah, blah. I've just been thinking about all the new blah, blah. He literally, it meant nothing. And I'm surprised people thought it meant nothing or thought it was real and thought it was serious. And they're like, oh my God, he's going to get help. Kick is literally just green Twitch. Yeah, it legitimately is. And like, that's why I think like Thor, Pirate Software, he made a video about it because somebody was like, would you ever stream on Kick? And he's like, I heavily considered it because they offered me money for it. He's like, but then I looked into it and they had like this, and this. And he's like, until they get their own proprietary coding, I don't feel comfortable putting any investment into the platform. And I was like, that's honestly incredibly valid. It tastes like a week and then went back to his usual ways. Yeah, I don't. He's so, and I say this, I'm saying this in the non-political sense. I'm saying this in like his viewpoints. I feel like it's accurate to say that he's gotten really red-pilled to a degree. And I don't mean in like the political sense, but I mean in like the like anti-woke culture kind of bullshit. And I'm just sitting here like, being upset because a video game that came out with a black main character is crazy. Why do you care? Why do you give a shit? Especially considering Thor is a programmer himself, it would feel weird going there knowing it's all stolen code, yeah. What game was that again? I don't remember, but I want to play it, but I want to be respectful, but it looks really good. Forsaken, I know it was a black woman. Let me see. New game, black female main character. See if that just pops up with something. Oh, South of Midnight. South of Midnight. As a black female lead, a character named Hazel, a weaver who is a magical mender of broken bonds and spirits. Hazel is described as an outwardly confident, wisecracking, and actively on the hunt. The game is set in an alternate reality, magical version of the American Deep South. I want to play it. It looks beautiful. I thought you meant AC Shadows. I heard it was bad. Wait, South of Midnight is bad? Shit. It looks really nice. I would unironically play the new AC, but I'm stuck with my old consoles. I'm talking about the wrong game. Oh, okay. What's AC? I'm bad with acronyms. I'm sorry. AC. Oh, Assassin's Creed. Yeah, no, I stopped caring about those bitches, like, I don't know, 7 years ago. I stopped caring about that series a long time ago. I think it was like before that American Revolution one came out, and I was like, oh, I'm not interested in that shit. Last one I played was Revelations on my PS3. Yeah. South of Midnight was a very positive rating on Steam. Should we try it? Do we want to try that one instead? Because it looks good. It really does. I want to be woke. I kind of, on like an autistic standpoint, and I use this as a descriptor because this was a very autistic thing for me to think. Somebody was like talking, it was a podcast, and they were talking about like the woke situation with this game. And like, what, I don't know if the guys were like pro game or anti woke or what side they were on, but the girl looks over and she's like, well, what's wrong with like woke video games? Like, at the end of the day, like, woke is just having empathy for other people, like, and more representation. Like, how is a video game quote unquote woke for having a black female lead? And why does it matter? Like, I was just like, yeah, that's the same thing that I was thinking is like, that was Assassin's Creed 3, and that came out in like 2012. Yeah, okay. I'm anti-games in general. So it's 10 years. You know what's close to 10? 7. It's not saying stop being autistic. It's close enough, dude. I can't stand woke dialogue, though. I'm scared to ask for an example because I don't want to fight. Do you mean in the sense of like using like a bunch of politically correct terms? Because I don't think that's woke. I think that's just people being stupid. It's more than 10 though? Not by much! Shut up! It's a significant amount of time. I don't know. I think that's a hard thing to discuss. Woke dialogue. I think that's a really difficult thing to discuss without one of us getting upset or somebody in chat getting upset. Like, I don't... It's really difficult because, like dialogue that sounds forced and not natural. Oh. I don't really think that's woke dialogue. I think that's when they're, like, trying... I don't know. Like, it's... I get what you're saying, though, yeah. Oh, like instead of, oh, here it might be a good example. So you know how like companies greenwash things and they're like, oh my God, it's all natural. Use it, girly. But like, it doesn't matter if you use all natural or not. I would probably draw a parallel to what you're describing as like woke washing. So like games just put things in there that don't seem to fit the story or the flow very well, and they look like they were added to appeal to a very specific market, but that market isn't stupid. So they're not falling for it. Exactly. Okay, yeah. So it's like woke washing. Okay. It's like, what if we just made this character say one gay line? Whoa, my visions go, oh my God. I'm back. Anyway. I feel like I need to add a disclaimer. I feel like I need to add a disclaimer to chat sometimes, being like, if Estrella looks like she's dead and she stops talking with her mouth slightly open, she's probably having a POTS episode. She's fine, I promise. We voted fighting for now. Yeah. I didn't want you to be like, okay, because I know this is a hot take and we're not really going to discuss it because I know it's like, well, it's not a hot take. It's just a controversial topic. I could give two shits if a company decides 10 years later that one of their characters is suddenly gay. And there was nothing in the game or the content or the IP that was indicating if they were straight or gay. Because then it's just like, oh, cool, more lore drop. Oh, that's neat. Oh, I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Like that, I don't really care. I could give, like, no shits about that. I think it's interesting. I don't mind it. That sounds like the Bayonetta fandom. One instance I'm particularly thinking about is Tracer in Overwatch. Because I'm a real, guys. If you didn't think she was gay, y'all are the problem. Anyways, Assassin's Creed. Oh my God! I can't even tell you to off yourself anymore because people are getting banned for that. Oh, look, another. Oh, that was short. Okay, that one was short. That's okay. Anyway, AC, Assassin's Creed, Assetto course, Armor Core, yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, who cares? Also, usually that's all optional if you have to pick the route. Yeah, plus, like, it just isn't in the game. Like, just because they announced that Tracer likes women doesn't mean she's gonna start looking over at May being like, hey, sweet stuff. I want to dick you down so good right now, girl. I want to buy a strap down just so I can dick you down the way that you deserve. Like, that's not what's happening. Veo does give off vibes that she swings towards the fact that she likes men but half the fandom shits her as gay just because she's very close with her childhood friend. And yeah, Tracer is a good example. Some people got upset for some reason. A lot of people got upset. They were like, oh, you're just trying to like appeal to the woke side. It's like, bitch, it could 100%. Oh no, 100%. It could be marketing, and that's valid criticism. However, it doesn't affect her character whatsoever that she likes women. Like, bro. Tracer isn't gay. No, people didn't think she was. Oh, people really got upset when they found out one of the dudes was gay. Who was it? Was it oh god. Hey. Blood stay in brain, please. And thank you. No offense, not a surprise. Yeah. I just think it's annoying when they add a character that is very obviously just there to check boxes and literally has no character other than being X and constantly reminding everyone that they are X. Okay, but like, that's literally my stream with autism. That's literally my streams. Hi, I'm autistic, and I'm going to remind you that I'm autistic every 5 minutes. Overwatch is an L game anyway. Yeah, but you're funny about it. And 76, yeah, 76 was the other one they got really pissed about. But like, it doesn't matter. You're like, he likes dick, who cares? Half of you guys probably do too. Like, come on, bro. It's only a little gay. But like, I don't... It is like somewhat valid criticism to say it's just a marketing gimmick. That's fine. But to like get so... It's like the people that get distressed over VTubers having blue Twitch. It's the same fucking brain. What happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. Yeah, exactly. I mean, wanting to suck off Steel is different. Yeah, it's Steel. I mean... Like, I think also add fails non-annoyance check. But it's like, if it bothers you so much that you feel so pressed to have a crash out on Twitter about it, you probably, unironically, you should probably get some therapy, because that's crazy. That's a very unhealthy and extreme reaction. To like completely abandon a game series because two characters are gay. Like, honestly, you don't know if they were ever, like, meant to be straight. They're just now openly public about the fact that those characters are gay. If that's enough to make you fucking crash out over it on Twitter, abandon an entire game franchise, you need therapy. It's okay to just be like, oh man, I don't really support XYZ. Like, okay, here's the thing. If you do not support, like, if you are, I'm going to say this in the most polite way possible, because I understand that there are people out there that are not supportive of the LGBTQIA+. This is probably not the chat for you. I love women. I feel like I'm not fully gay. I love women and I appreciate women. And I will drool over women. I don't know if I would ever be able to have sex with a woman, but damn, I would try. I don't have balls. But like, if you do not support LGBTQIA+, oh god. Tentacles. Why'd you have to mention that? God damn it. Anyway, you can't even see where... You know, if you're visually looking for a clit, Danny, get some help. Get some help. It's like the fucking South Park episode where it has to be the size of a goddamn mountain for anybody to find it. At least you know where it is? Yeah. Just like, easiest answer. Stick your finger towards the opening and slide upwards until you feel the button. Bam. It's not that hard. Stay between the lips and wait until you feel the button. Find the nub with your wen. Yeah. You know what I don't like? Not properly merging the settings with the inclusion. There's no emo in this game that allows me to kiss other women. This isn't very inclusive. No. But no, I'm going to say this very politely. If you are someone who does not support the LGBTQIA+, and that is your reason for no longer supporting a franchise or a piece of media or literacy or whatever, you can quietly walk away. And that is fine. That is a healthy response to not being okay with something. That is perfectly acceptable. You can quietly walk away or express your disappointment. However, when you get to a point of having a crash out because a character is gay and getting pissed and throwing a bitch fit, that's not healthy. From a mental health standpoint, that is not a healthy reaction, and you should get help. And in an airport, don't announce your departure. No, tell them to fuck off. But that's the thing, is like, you can quietly or mildly express your disappointment. But the problem, one of the biggest issues with like this, like the people that are like against this woke culture or like don't support LGBTQIA+, is that they find it personally offensive because to them it is a crime and an abomination. So they have such strong feelings about it because they think it is morally against humanity to appreciate titties if you have titties yourself, that they have a crash out and they think it's justified because they want to force the rest of the world to operate the way that they want them to operate. And then on the other side of the argument, you could be like, well, aren't the people that are pro LGBTQI+ doing the same thing by trying to force them into accepting them? And I'm like, I don't think anybody truly wants to force someone else to accept the LGBTQI+. They just don't want to be shit on all the time. They don't want to be abused. They don't want to be mistreated. They don't want to be severely judged. They don't want to just hold their partner's hand in public and risk getting fucking assaulted, verbally or physically. They just want to live their lives in a quiet, happy way. They don't want to, it's not some sort of like, I say we're not going to talk about this stuff, and then we end up talking about it. But it's just like, it pisses me off because it's just like, stop caring. They're fine with people with titties, appreciating titties, because they all have now. Oh my God. Then why the fuck were they so mad? No, because they were pissed that Tracer wasn't going to fuck them. That's when it's a problem. It's fine when it's for their entertainment. But if it ruins their chances of fucking that woman, that's when it becomes a personal problem. And it's morally abomination. And then, of course, the second that it's two guys, it's obviously 100% off the table. And it's just like, stop using lesbians as your entertainment material. Like, fucking Christ. They're not there for your entertainment. They want, and like, oh God, did you get, and the shit with JoJo Siwa, did you hear that hell? She went on like Big Brother or some shit, and there was a guy that was like, I could make you not gay anymore. And it's like, bro. That is like people don't realize how fucked up that is. Isn't she 17? No, she's in her, I think she's close to 25 now. But she came out publicly as being a lesbian 4 years ago. It was after she was 18. So she came out as being a lesbian. Now she thinks that she mostly identifies as queer, which is more of a term that's kind of similar to... It's similar to demisexual and pansexual, but people will use it as like an overall term. But I also... Here's the thing. 21, never heard of her. Oh yeah, she had her 21st birthday and got drunk at Disney. Yeah, okay, you remember. You might have seen her stuff around, though. She is the JoJo bows. Those big, giant, obnoxious bows that everybody was wearing for, like, a couple of years. Like, that's probably how most people are going to know her. Danny, stop being creepy. Danny, stop! Stop it! I know you're doing it because you're being a little bitch, but, like, I would totally get drunk at Disney. Yeah, that's fair. I think, like, the big issue, though, was that she was just out in public being drunk, and, like, she tried to get people to sing along with her song, and they didn't know the lyrics, and it was just, like, really awkward. Drunk at Disney is pretty base, yeah. But, like, she was on, I think it's Big Brother. Who told JoJo they could make her straight on Big Brother? JoJo's sexuality has been repeated on the show with Mickey Rourke. Who the fuck is this dude? Because he also started dropping the F slurs at her too. It was just really uncomfortable. JoJo like the mangas? No, JoJo Siwa. Denny secretly Leonardo? He is. He's most famous for his acting career, particularly for his role in The Ram as Robinson. Oh, as Randy the Ram Robinson in the 2008 film The Wrestler, for which he won a Golden Globe and a BAFTA and was nominated for an Academy Award. He's also known for his earlier films in is it Diner? A 1982 film. Rumblefish. My vision's a little fucky-looky, sorry. And 9.5 Weeks. As well as his transition from acting as a professional boxer before returning to acting. Okay. So he got his ass beat, and then he was like, I don't want to do this anymore. From Iron Man 2. They want my board guy from Iron... Let me see. Mickey Rourke. Iron Man 2, yeah. Okay. He was... studied hard for his role. He admitted that Iron Man 2 was a weak picture. Overall, that his character kind of sucked. So he knows he's a shit actor. No, I'm kidding. I'm only shitting on him because he was a creep towards a lesbian. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, he fell off, yeah. That guy. But yeah, he was like telling her that he would show her a good time and she would be into men. And he also dropped the F slur a few times. A 21-year-old lesbian, yeah. Well, now she's a 21-year-old queer, but yeah. But there's a possibility though, because here's the problem: is that a lot of Big Brother is scripted, and she cheated on her fiance in Big Brother, but we don't know if her fiance knew about it because it was part of the script. But it also could have been added in later because these producers like to push people. They like to push them really fucking hard. He's 72. Yeah. But she cheated on her fiance in the show. Check, maybe, possibly. And then, she said she was queer instead of lesbian after all that shit that was happening in the beginning of the show.
Seriously though, what the fuck is wrong with people saying, hey, I'm so confident, blow your brains out so hard I can make you turn straight with my rockin' cocker or VGG.
I know.
What's wrong with your ego and not accepting people and who they like, Nago?
That's exactly, I just don't like,
What's wrong, Danny_boy_oh. Can't handle the heat? Welcome to the fires of human stupidity.
Yeah, that's fair. Is it gonna double read? No. Okay, cool. Cancel small bite. His mouth did it. Oh, god fucking. Hang on. I'm telling you guys, I'm really thinking. Oh wait, I know why his mouth. Ah, shit. That's actually my fault. That's because I tried to use him to stream with. Shit. Let me see if I can fix it. I don't know which one I need to fix though. Because I've got two. I'm going to assume it's the first one. Bapa. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix it, but I'm going to try one thing, and if I can, I'll mess with it later. It's in model settings. No, it's in settings, and I scroll down. I knew I was going to mess with it. Oh no, it's not connected. What the hell? Alright, now it's connected to Twitch. Is that what I was... Is that what I was supposed to do? Okay. Oh, valid for 60 days. I gotta log into Smallbite every 2 months. I didn't know that. Log in and activate? Wait, no, that's Twitch. That's not VTS. Wait, is VTS Puck not in here? Wait, I don't... Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, that kind of explains some things. I know I don't have any balls. How do I force a connection? Dude, this thing has had nothing but problems. This is crazy. YouTube Studio. It says it's connected. Let me try disconnecting and reconnecting. Disconnect. Okay. Like, something is just not communicating properly with the VTS Pog app because, like, it's been rough. Connect. Nothing. I guess it's a good thing I'm not really doing much. Connections, put some board. Where's the TTS? Because there is a test. Where is it? Save tray settings. Okay, there it is. Oh my god. The program is just like really having issues on my PC, dude. Like I click something and it has to like wait for it to respond. It's having a lot of problems. Yeah, this is rough. It's not even using too many resources either. It's just not. I almost wonder if it has some sort of memory leak or something. I gotta click the fucking button.
Pog online poggers.
Okay, so it's not connected that way. How the fuck do I?
Pog online poggers.
Oh no, yeah, whatever. Because I don't see.
Pog online poggers.
I know. I'm sorry. The program was lagging.
Pog online poggers.
It's gonna do it for every single fucking time I clicked it now. Oh god damn it.
Pog online poggers.
Oh my god, die. Die. Where is it? I was 90% sure it was listed in the bottom of the settings. Alright, well that's something I'm gonna have to take care of off stream. Alright. I probably messed something up, honestly. That's probably my fault. That's okay. He's there. Pog online poggers, yeah. You know, I haven't used this since I set up. VTube Studio. Oh, the mouth doesn't work. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Remember me, bitches? Remember me? I don't remember what the toggles were. I haven't seen this in a while. Yeah. The mouth needs to be adjusted. I wonder, can I? Hang on. Let me see if I can do this. Auto setup. Copy from another model. Estrella model. See if this fits it. Copy basic settings, copy physics, copy parameter setup. Copy expressions, no. Animation, model, icon file, body mesh settings, no. Okay. This might theoretically fix the mouth. Okay, that fits the mouth. Well, these parameters are wacky. Maybe I should have copied all of them. Well, the problem is like my model's eye parameters are set differently. Well, no, because like my eye parameters should be smaller. Because I wanted my eyes to activate less often. The eyes are so pretty on this. I should have used this for inspiration. Wood pet? Hell yeah. I saw somebody that did another bat VTuber bat form recently, and I need it. Their art cell is really cute. I was gonna do those. I was gonna look at the toggles. Land on pillow is number 3. Because I liked this. It was cute. It's a really cute little thing. I can really quickly actually fix The eyes. Mouth open. Mouth X. Rotation. Face up down. Face lock. Eye open left. I think I need a... That was weird. Oh, that's way better. Okay. Now let's do eye open, right? Eye open right. Change that to 2. There we go. What emote even is that? What?
Why can't you stream more like this? I'm tired of staring at your boobs looking.
Shut up. Oh, I know this is...
Danny_boy_oh. Try ripping your eyes off the screen and onto the exit button.
You think people think I'm a bat now? She's really cute, though. We should use her more. There's that. That's the sit. But yeah, I know. This is just really cute. This is really cute, dude. Smart just told you to get the fuck out. It is really cute, yeah. That is fucking awesome. Isn't she so cute? I got her off Etsy. I like this. This is adorable. Yeah. No, the eyes are really pretty. This would have been good inspo for... No, the artist did a good job, though. They did a really good job. It's just not mine. That's the thing, is, like, it's not my IP, so... Where? I can be Neuro-sama. Kick rocks. Kick rocks. Bomb innocent citizens. Filtered. Wee! Filtered. There's also there's a couple of weird things in here that just come with the software. Hi. Oh my god, this one has V-Bridger. Oh my god, that's hilarious. They have V-Bridger support in this model. That's hilarious, actually. They have a black cat. It is weird to stick out your tongue as a cat. I'm not used to that being a possibility. It can blep. It's not perfect. Oh, that's a pretty smooth V-Bridger, though. Like, that's pretty smooth. Holy shit. I'm kind of impressed. Alright, which Estrella is the right Estrella? Is it the first one? I think it's the second one. I swear to God, if I'm naked. Alright, is this the right one, though? I have to check my settings to make sure it's the right one. I gotta label my fucking models, dude. I gotta do better. The only way I can tell the difference is that one model has some toggles that the other one doesn't, that I added. Oh, the position toggles. Yeah, those were new. Yeah, this is the... There you go. Not naked. I'm not naked! Because mine's pretty smooth, but it's not as, like, it can't go as rapid as that one. I'm making this face sometimes. It just looks like I'm dumb. I'm just like... No week vacation? No, not this time. Almost though. With after the Blue Twitch stream, I forgot to toggle my clothes back on. I was like, shit. I think I also showed up to a VR chat meet completely naked once too. I like very quickly put my clothes back on. Very quickly. Dude, it's 3 o'clock. We just been chatting for 2 hours. Almost 3 hours. Jesus. I had a feeling that might happen at one point. Yeah. I'm glad, honestly, sometimes I'm glad you guys aren't in Tambo Club, because when I mess up like that, at least no one else sees it. I miss naked. Technically, it was a VR chat meetup off stream. I kind of wish I could have like 2 instances of models, and I am going to with this next, with the current avatar that I use in VR chat, the one that you guys saw the video of earlier. That version is safe for work. Technically, I can still strip her down, but she doesn't have any like lewd toggles or anything as far as like sexual acts. But the second version for her has the wholesome lollipop and a couple of other things. So I'll technically have 2 different versions of the same model. So one would be safe for work and one wouldn't be an SFW. So it could help keep things separated a little bit better. I don't think you get banned for that if that's only a moment. Yeah. For this model in particular, the underwear is technically Twitch safe, but it is underwear. For the VR chat models being naked, that's a toss-up. Because they're not technically VTubers, according to Twitch. Thank you. But yeah, the fucking thing is like a toss up on VR chat, because like when I leave VR chat, I'm usually like fully nude after Blue Twitch, depending on like donos and stuff. So it's one of those things. I suddenly have to pee really bad. My fucking bladder, dude. I swear to God. Like, give me some warning, you bitch. I think like the first week, like the week of and the week after my periods, my bladder has some problems. So it's fine. Radiant head pad to work. Nice. Okay. I got that good. I got that good head pad. I was like, is it stuck? Ugh. Honestly, I sent somebody a message last night, and I was like, or not last night, but a couple of days ago on Twitter, because I was like, thank you for being so fucking awesome, like open about Blue Twitch and stuff like that, and like being so successful and like caring about people. Because like otherwise, I probably would have listened to all the haters out there and never started one, even though I don't really do much on it. That's like technically like, oh no, I dance around naked. I think the fan dance streams were great, or the fan dance stream that I did was great for what it was. I think I still have the VOD. I need to upload it at some point. I think it was great for what it was, but one, also like the model was broken. And I didn't get a refund for it, which is bullshit, honestly, but the model's legs were broken and they didn't realize it until after a bunch of people had bought it. And then they didn't offer anybody refunds for it, which is bullshit. But then like, it was one of those things too, where it's just like, that stream was great for what it was. But as much fun as I think people probably had, I feel like I looked like an eldritch abomination like 75% of it, because the leg was broken and I was using the Mo copies. That was kind of what I was like, I should get better trackers for like dance streams specifically. However, it doesn't really seem like I made much of an improvement until I can get these bitches taken care of. So it's just like, damn, I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. That's so scummy. If they knew it was broken, either fix it or they should have sent the refunds out without people having to ask. Like, that's what gets me. I think if you asked for one, you could get it. But like, if you're not in the Discord, you never would have known that it was like broken to begin with, and you would have just thought it was something on your end. And you also wouldn't have known to ask for a refund. So I'm just like, artists are not, they need to make it mandatory for people to go through business school when they're artists and they want to make a career out of it, because like, bro, it's rough. And I love our artists. It also makes it really difficult to have conversations though, because like, do you guys remember me like discussing that I like the commercial fee situation for like artists, like charging a fee for you to use like a simple little image, like a little image that you just put on your stream. Like artists are charging commercial fees for that. And I was like, I don't agree with that. And I think honestly, you should like, if social media and streaming are where you want to apply commercial fees to, just include that in your pricing. It came up again on Twitter recently. Like, it is a hard thing to talk about, because like our artists, and like this is kind of the issue, is that like artists are the backbone of the community to such a degree that people are too scared to speak out. Because like you would just end up on a blacklist from like half of your fucking artists, and it's like, well shit, now I don't have anybody to commission, but I was just looking for clarification on a topic. So I don't talk about this shit on Twitter. Yeah, it sounds harsh, but a lot of artists should not do art for a living because they have no idea how to run a business or even just how to be professional in general. Yeah, it's really difficult. And like, it would also give them the tools to deal with difficult clients too. So like, they would be able to like start to see the red flags and like know how to deal with difficult clients and know how to deal with that kind of stuff. And so like, yeah, this whole commercial rights thing and BS again. I don't know if it was ever really discussed to this degree, but it's becoming a problem because like a lot of VTuber artists for this model specifically, like not this model, but a lot of VTuber model artists, most of them include commercial rights into the pricing. Because if you're designing a VTuber and you want to be a VTuber, eventually you're going to want to sell merch and stuff. So like you want to have all the rights to your model. It is way less likely for someone to not want commercial rights to their own VTuber design. This is also going to start a very complicated discussion that I'm going to be really, really careful about. I have a hot take about artists that don't include commercial fees. And I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I have a weird feeling about artists that don't include commercial fees into live 2D art. It feels scummy. It feels controlling, manipulative, and scummy in like out of context. If they just started doing VTuber live 2D art and stuff like that, they may not know any better. And that, like, in context, it's not that bad. But like, it's giving like, if you aren't actively asking your clients if they want to use this model for streaming or commercial rights or whatever, then it feels a little scummy. And it doesn't happen often, which is why I'm saying it feels a little scummy. Because the problem is like, it kind of feels like you want to leave that door open to be able to do something to them in the future for trying to monetize off of the live 2D model that they have. It feels uncomfortable. I have no evidence proving that it's uncomfortable. But look at the Project Melody situation that happened a long time ago too. Like it feels uncomfy. I have no reason to suspect that anybody has those intentions, but it makes me concerned. It's a lukewarm take at most. A lot of people to the VTuber scene agree with you for what I've seen. Yeah, and like, commercial fees should be included in the pricing for live 2D models, and if you're not intending to use it for, like, here's the thing. You're technically not supposed to make money off of your models without having commercial rights as an affiliate on stream, because you're technically earning money based around this design. I don't need commercial rights to use Small Byte's model because, like, okay, we're talking theoretically. I own all my commercial rights. I make very damn sure I do. But like, if I just wanted to put an image of Small Byte on my screen, I'm not going to make money off that. I'm making money off of my personality, my design, and what I'm presenting to you guys as content. However, then you start to get into a weird situation of like the artist wanting commercial rights for you to put something on your stream, because technically you're making money off of your stream. So anything in your stream is kind of a part of that. However, you're not making money because of that icon or image, which is where things get a little weird. But a lot of artists, I think the like semi-hot take that I had on when we were talking about this a year or two ago, because I was trying to commission artists and like everyone wanted commercial rights to just put it on screen. Money off of effort, not just aesthetics. Yeah. And so the issue is, if I put a little snow globe in the bottom left-hand corner of my stream, I'm not going to make money because of that. However, I'm making money off of this stream as an entity. So in that way, it's kind of similar to using the brand name Coke in a commercial for something, or like showing brand names on shows and stuff like that. But like a lot of us thought that that was because of commercial rights. However, a lot of it is because they didn't want to give them free promotion. I'm more than fine with giving people free promotion. Go commission my artists. Go get all of them for absolute fucking free. I do kind of wish they had loyalty programs, so that'd be neat. Like for every referral you got like $1 to $5 off your next commission. That'd be cute. But anyway. But it's one of those things of like, that's kind of a thing. So it would be really disheartening to like be modeled like Live 2D art shopping and be like, oh, this artist is perfectly within budget. And then like, oh, there's a 50% commercial fee if you ever want to make merch based off your design. And this is where things get really complicated. And I'm not a lawyer, so this is a really complicated conversation, and I'm not going to say I'm right or wrong because I don't know. Rainbow promo is better than no promo? Yeah, fair. I'm going to self promo in the chat. So here's the issue. Let's go over the process of making a VTuber and where commercial rights come into play and when it matters. I hired a VTuber designer. My model was designed. I paid for the commercial rights to own that design. I then go to a Live 2D artist to have that design turned into riggable art. Technically, and this is where things get complicated, and I'm not a lawyer, but technically, I should not have to pay commercial rights to use my design that I own. If I go make merch in the future and I did not pay commercial rights for this model, legally, I'm pretty sure. Well, there's no contract, so technically none of this is legal. So let's just kick legalities out the window completely. But technically, I would be able to make merch of my design. Because here's the other kicker. You have to prove that I made merch based on or used with this art. Versus using art that was based off of my design that I own. It gets really complicated. The rights were sold to you is what I'm getting, yes. However, where things start to add up and become a problem is in step 2 of the process of commissioning for Live 2D art. Because technically, the commercial rights that you're paying for Live 2D art aren't technically to use for merch. But that's what the artist puts it in there for. What you are paying for commercial rights for on Live 2D art is to stream to a channel that is monetized. So YouTube streams and videos, Twitch streams, and TikTok videos and streams. That is what you are supposed to be paying for commercial rights to for Live 2D art. As long as I understand everything appropriately. Not merch. If I wanted to make merch, I do not technically need to pay commercial rights for this model because I paid for the design and I own the design. I own the design, but I do not... If I don't pay commercial rights on this model, I don't own this art. But I own the design, which is where shit starts to get really, really messy. It starts to get a little messy at this point because, okay, now we have the model. Yes, understand. If that's how it works. You pay rights for merch for the art itself. Yeah. Copyright is fucking weird. The way that artists treat copyright is weird. They are using their own definitions of what copyright and IP ownership are, instead of either using the legal definition or a universally accepted definition. It's not even that weird. It's just that, again, artists have no fucking idea. And here's the thing, and that's the thing. It's okay to not know. It's okay to not know, but either have your prices reflect that, or don't have it listed as copyright, or don't have it listed as commercial rights. Have it listed as either merch rights or streaming rights, because that's technically the more accurate way to list it. I could technically take this model art, because I own the commercial rights for it. I can take this model art, take a screenshot of it, and put this, like, I could put that on a t-shirt because I own the rights to use it in merch and on streaming. However, where copyright gets a little tricky is what people think. I think it's also if you want to sell the model at some point, which is probably why it's there. No, it's not. It's specifically listed for merch. Selling the model later on is something that artists have their own separate TOS for, and it's because of needy. Selling the model later on, I don't know if artists even care about that, actually. I don't think anybody's ever gotten onto somebody for selling their model, but that's not to say that it hasn't happened. And there's also a lot of stuff that happens in private. But no, it's specifically for merch. Like, it'll be listed as merch. Commercial rights. If you want to use this model for merch, you have to pay a commercial right fee of X amount. You can just use a screenshot for merch if you really, if you pay, yeah. So, like, that's where commercial rights would really come into play for merch rights, is that I would be able to use screenshots of the model for merch, technically. However, the reason, and this is why I really want to talk to somebody who's like a legal advisor, like legally deals with copyright and stuff like that, because I think like we really need to have a good technical conversation about this. Because again, if you want to legally go after somebody for making merch but not paying the commercial rights for a model, you would have to prove that those merch designs were based off of your art and not the actual design that was made by somebody else. It's a really difficult thing to talk about, because like I'm not out here bashing artists. I will never bash artists unless they're assholes and they're scammers. That is not my intention here. I want us to all have a open, clear channel of communication between client and artist so that we can try to figure this out, because the unfortunate thing is that there are greedy people out there. There are greedy people out there, and that is what it is. But it is important that we start having discussions and conversations about this, because like I skip over a lot of artists that I want to commission assets for because they want me to pay them either double the cost of the commission, like either half or double the cost of the commission, just to put it on my screen or to use it in my schedule or to use it as a profile picture. And I'm just like, what did you want me to do with this art? If you didn't want me to use it, why? It's like having a listing for profile picture and then being like, okay, but it's going to be an extra $25 if you actually use it as a profile picture. I would use it for merch just to spite them. Wink to? Yeah, I don't fucking know. I just like, it gets very complicated. There are greedy people out there, which is why I think like, because artists are the backbone of this community, people are afraid to stand up against questionable practices. We're just gonna leave it that way. It's like people are scared to step up against questionable practices made by the greedy artists or the artists that are just out here to like get as much money as possible, because it's a business. Like, but there's a difference between doing something as a passion project and a hobby, or like just making some extra money. And some of the people that are like on Fiverr being like, it's going to be an extra $5 for every revision that you send me. So if I need to revise 20 things, it's going to be 5 times 20. Like I'm talking about kind of the extremes. But I think it's very important that we open a line of communication to try to discuss this and figure out like what's actually correct in this situation, because it is getting to be kind of a lot. Like, you go and you look for like my starting soon screen art. I wanted to use it for merch, and I still might. So I put that into the Skeb message. And I was like, hey, I want to use this for commercial. That's fine. I paid a little extra just in case. But if I wanted to use the starting soon screen as just a starting soon screen, I didn't need to pay commercial rights, because that's how the art works. But there was one artist, they did like these really cute little chibis that I thought would be really cute during, they were little winter your character here chibis. And they were like in the snow or whatever. And I thought they'd be really cute for like to get me and Ginger, because they were like two chibis together, like playing in the snow. And so I was like, oh, that'd be really cute to have as like a Christmas decoration. And it'd be like $50. And I was like, perfect. I go in there and it's like, if you want to put this on your stream, it's going to be another $50. And I'm like, what? I was like, what? Just to have it on my stream? And so I did not get that commission. I was just like, I was like, shit, that doesn't seem right, but okay. And then I just started looking, and there's a significant amount of VGen artists that have like, you have to pay some sort of a fee to just have it on your stream. And that's what everybody is trying to discuss right now. And like, I don't really agree with the argument of, somebody made the argument, they're like, a lot of these smaller streamers can't afford to pay like 125 to 150% of the commission cost to use this on their streams. And so you got to think about the small streamers. It's like, art is a luxury. I'm just going to be honest here, dude. Art's a luxury. I don't technically agree with that argument. And I'm saying that as someone who's on a limited income and can't afford a lot of art. So I am not saying that from a privileged position. I am saying that from a position of, I get art 3 or 4 times a year tops with commercial rights. And art is a luxury. I hate to break it to that person. Just find an artist from a different country. That's why I do. Yeah, that's fair. Just go on Skeb or something and get art. Like, there's a few Twitter accounts that are dedicated to promoting them. But like, too, like the kind of the issue is like, I genuinely, like, art is a luxury. You don't need it. It's not required. And there's plenty of free or cheap assets out there until you can get your own unique branding. That would probably be a better investment in the long run. Like, these overlays, I've used these overlays. I've been using non-branded overlays for years. And like, I absolutely love them. I found some pretty perfect overlays for myself. So it's like, that's why you give me my next $5 art piece. But it's one of those things of like, art is a luxury and it's not a necessity. And you can 100% do VTubing completely free if you so choose. And you have the right equipment laying around. Like, it's one of those things that you can get your foot in the door, get started, work hard. And, you know, some people, like, especially like if you're working a full-time job, what a lot of people will do is have like any money that they earn from Twitch is 100% of it goes back into the stream. Like, when I do subathons and stuff like that, a lot of the money goes back into the stream. Like, I typically use subathons as a way to invest back into the stream because I can't use the monthly income from Twitch to do that. I might get an art piece every couple of months if I like have enough saved back, but like I can't necessarily afford that because like I get $1,000 from Social Security, and then I get $300 from Twitch per month, and it's after I pay rent, internet, and my 3 credit card bills. There's like nothing left. So, yeah. So it's one of those things where like I'm not speaking from a side of privilege on this art situation. I'm privileged to have this model, but it's because of you guys. I was able to save that money back, and even then, like, not all of it was done by you guys. Some of it was invested in by myself too. So it's one of those things of like, I feel I'm privileged to have this model, and I'm very happy, and I love her. But it's one of those things where I just can't afford to invest in getting extra assets and stuff like that very often. And the ones I do get, I have to justify. So like, getting that Suika's customizable model, it's $100, but I can't justify it because I already have a model, and while it's beautiful and I would love to have it just for like certain days, and certain events and stuff like that, I can't justify it as a investment into the stream. The VR trackers were like technically for you guys in a sense, because I wanted to be able to provide you guys with a better quality of performances for not only Blue Twitch, but regular Twitch too. And so I was like, okay, and I could use those in like Warudo to do like different events on stream and stuff like that, and it'd be a lot of fun. So like the trackers are an investment. The Nets merch drop is from all the money that I got on Blue Twitch is paying for that. So that money is getting reinvested. That's what I'm trying to do with like Blue Twitch and other avenues of revenue, is like every single cent that I've ever earned from Blue Twitch is still in there. And it's just enough to cover another run of merch. So it's one of those things where like I do what I can when I can, even though I still have like the credit card debt and the vet bills and stuff like that. Like I have no choice but to invest into stream at some capacity. And I say in some capacity because theoretically I could just stop spending money on stream and it probably wouldn't hinder my career at all. However, you still have to like, I still have to buy games. I still have to like buy a game here and there. I still have to like, and again, I don't have to, but like you kind of have to like, enough payoff is worth it. So like me getting Hollow Knight, it's like, I know chat's probably going to enjoy watching me play it. It's not that expensive. I can manage it right now, but like, it's one of those things where like the money gets reinvested into the stream, basically. Yeah, but I can't just afford to do it all the time, but it's still like a privilege for me to be able to reinvest into the stream when I can. So it's like, that's why all of this stuff is like very hard to discuss, is because like it pulls into the conversation money, it pulls in artists, and like people will die defending artists. I swear, it's really bad, to the point where they'll see like a regular tweet of someone either asking a genuine question, and they'll just be like, you should be thankful for artists. Artists are the whole reason you're here, blah, blah, blah. You should owe your life to them. You're indebted to them for the rest of your life. It's like, you can appreciate the artist, but still hold them accountable for their actions. Like, it's rough, dude. It's a really hard thing to talk about because you have to be careful. Like, people could take something out of this stream and clip it out of context and make my life hell on Twitter if they really wanted to. And that's why, like, I'm taking a risk by fucking talking about this. But I'm trying to talk about it in a way that's like, we need to be able to have that conversation. We need to be able to have a conversation about this without it devolving into a shit show. You gotta spend money to make more money. You know, I honestly wonder if I've actually turned a profit yet. I think I did in the early days, but I think I'm in the hole again, technically. Also, speaking of which, Nocturne's dental surgery is scheduled for June 9th, so shameless self-promotion here. If you feel comfortable and are willing to help, I think we're at like 400 out of 1,500 between like all the donos that we got on the first day, but if you're comfortable with helping, his surgery is $1,500, and it's to get his teeth taken out, and any help would be appreciated. Mostly only asking for help because we have 2 other cats that need to get their teeth out too. One of them is also probably going to have to happen this year. So if you guys are willing to and want to, I appreciate it, but no obligation, obviously. But you can either use Stream Elements tips or you can donate directly to Throne. You can either donate directly to the crowdfunding, or you can just do a different thing of Throne. Like, I'm just leaving all the Throne money in there. Oh my god. Oh, shit.
Baron_bananas tipped $50 for the kitty.
Thank you for the $50. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, 1/3 of the cost is better than nothing, obviously. That's why I'm trying to look at it this way, is like, if it doesn't get fully funded, it's totally fine. But, you know, to be fair, you could make a cancel-worthy clip from every stream. That's fair. But it's just like, it is one of those things, though, where it's just like, I just want to get as much of his surgery covered as possible, because next is Lily, and if I don't get enough of his covered, I'm going to have to raise funding for hers. But on the plus side, I'll have more time to raise funding for hers, because I just mostly want to get it done before her rabies vaccine is due, because the cats are getting older, and the risk from the rabies vaccine is, I don't know if I really want to risk it until they dude, they really need to work on that shit. I know there's a lot of vets that are advocating and protesting for them to rework the rabies vaccine, but it just, nothing has happened with it so far. So I don't know exactly what the deal is, or if they're ever going to rework it. But it's just I didn't know that the rabies vaccine had issues until the last 5 years. So it's one of those things where and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of animals that get the rabies vaccines without any problem, but it's just it's similar to getting your pet spayed to prevent cervical cancer. A lot of people, even if the risk is only 25%, that's still a life lost, and people don't really want to risk that, especially when it's their babies. So the rabies vaccine is something that I really wish we could get some more research done into and try to rework it to see if we can make it better. Or if they can just educate us as to why it's not as risky as some of these studies are saying. Because this isn't, or not studies, but statistics. Because I think, you know what? Let's actually be smart people. Let's Google some statistics. How many get cancer from the rabies vaccine? Because maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I'm overreacting, you know? Well, rabies vaccines are extremely safe and effective. A very small number of cats and less frequently dogs can develop a rare type of cancer called sarcoma at the vaccination site, which I actually have seen that happen. I personally at least know one cat we adopted out from the rescue that ended up getting sarcoma at the rabies vaccine site. So that's kind of why I'm a little hesitant, is because I saw it firsthand. And this wasn't a friend of a friend, or word of mouth. It legitimately happened. And it happens a lot more when you work in rescue. I changed my lighting on my keyboard somehow. Shit. The incidence of vaccine-associated sarcomas is estimated to be around 1 in 10,000 vaccinated cats. This is a very rare occurrence, and the benefits outweigh the risk. However, here's the thing though. Pets don't typically just develop rabies. But also, you can't guarantee that your pet is never going to get outside and be exposed to rabies. So there is no right or wrong in this situation, honestly, in my opinion. But your vets, a lot of vets will make sure you stay on top of your rabies vaccine. For your pets, it's just like I ensure that they have it before surgery, and I ensure that they have it before traveling, because you never know what's going to happen, and I don't want anything to happen to my babies. But as far as them being inside, it's not a priority for me specifically. However, the fact that I've seen it firsthand is what makes me hesitant. But I'm not saying that no one should, and that's the difference here. I'm not saying you should not vaccinate your cats with rabies. I'm saying that we're getting more and more concerned as they age because of the risk factor. And we're mostly concerned. Like, we're not telling our vets no or anything. Like, we're not telling our vets no to getting the vaccine, but it's just like one of those things of like, it concerns me. And I am scared of one of our babies getting sarcoma. And I'm just like, ugh. But I'm not out here like saying, don't get the rabies vaccine. Like, it's bad for your pet. Nah, I'm not doing that shit. That's the difference, is like, it's just based on my own anecdotal evidence. It just makes me concerned every time they have to get the rabies vaccine. I'm just sitting here like, please don't get cancer, please don't get cancer, please don't get cancer, please don't get cancer. So it's just like one of those things where I'm like, oh shit. But again, I'm not telling the vets no, but it's just like, it's rough. Like, Steel's uncomfortable with microchips in pets because of some of the instances with them, but like, I personally don't mind them. It's just all about personal preference. But like, all of our cats except for Lily came pre-installed with a chip, so statistically, yeah, that's where it's like, you gotta weigh. I think even statistics aside, or like with statistics as a point to form your decision, I think that like you should personally outweigh the risks and the pros and the cons, because it's like, spicy cats should probably always 100% be up to date on their vaccines, because if they're a risk for scratching or biting another person or animal, you need that rabies certificate. You need 10,000 cats to encounter one for cancer, though. But here's the thing. That's not to say, that's not, how do I, there's a difference between 1 in 10,000 and which group of 10, it's not, here's the thing. People look at, they just take like a group of 10,000 cats and they're like, okay, one of these cats is going to get cancer. Then they go to the next group and they're like, one of these cats is going to get cancer. However, due to probability and the way things operate, you could go to a rescue and 10 or 100 of those cats could get sarcoma, because it's not like it's a 1 in 10,000 chance for your cat to develop sarcoma from the rabies vaccine. But that doesn't mean that you would have to see 10,000 cats in your lifetime to have a cat that would get sarcoma. There's a difference between like statistics and probability. And that's the issue. You're just reasonably concerned if you went full on vaccine, anti-vax, yeah. Like, I'm not being, but that's the thing. It's not that you would need 10,000 cats to get vaccinated. It's that out of the hundreds of thousands of cats that are in the United States, the amount of them that got cancer from the rabies vaccine is 1 in 10,000. However, if your city has 10,000 cats, you could get 10,000 cats with sarcoma in your city because of probability. Cancer doesn't just go, oh, well, this city already has 3 cats with cancer in it, so I have to go find another cat to infect. Like, that's not how cancer works. And that's kind of the thing is, like, I did not see 10,000 cats in my life. I've seen, I think, 5,000? If I have to make a guesstimate, I've seen, less than 5,000, more than 3,000 cats in my life because of rescue working. And more than one cat got sarcoma at the rabies site. So there's a different level to each thing, you know? Cancer is sentient. So it's like, yes, if you have a hospital full of patients and it's like 1 in 10,000 people get cancer, you could still 100%. Like, you can't just be like, well, sorry, guy, you're actually my 5,654th patient, so there's no way you could have cancer. Sorry, my bad. You should probably try lifestyle changes. Yeah, this tumor, actually, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to a guy 1 state over. Like, it's just like, that's not, you know. There's a difference between statistics and, like, what actually happens in the real world. Sorry, Jim. That tumor actually belongs to a doctor I know in California. Yeah, one of his patients actually gets cancer this year. How is my phone overheating today? There's literally, like, nothing. What the fuck, dude? Maybe my monitor is, like, putting out too much heat. But yeah, it's one of those things of, like, I could run, and I don't want to say a number because I genuinely don't know, because when a lot of the cats get adopted out, we have no idea what happens to them afterwards. We just know about the ones that were in the rescue or that adopters told us about. And that's what we have to base our information on. But, you know, 10,000 cats didn't come through that rescue. But there was more than one that had gotten sarcoma from the rabies vaccine. And it's like, you just don't know. And, like, some people just don't want to take that risk. It's like cervical cancer for animals and humans. It's like, there's a 25% risk that your cat could get cervical cancer. And percentages are what's better to look at it. It's better to look at it as a percentage chance versus looking at it from a numbers game, because that's what a lot of people end up doing, is they get really hung up on the number. And it's like, well, I don't know how rare my condition is. How rare is Stickler's syndrome? So Stickler syndrome is estimated to be 1 in 7,500 to 9,000 newborns. I don't know why they say newborns, but whatever. But an entire family is going to have sticklers because it's genetic. So that's why you gotta, like, be really careful when you get really hung up on the numbers there and, like, you take it too literally, because the issue is that, like, while every 1 in 9,000 people get diagnosed with sticklers as an infant, your bloodline is more than likely going to be 50 to 75% sticklers havers, because it's genetic. So it's just like, you can't just keep having babies and hoping that, like, oh, well, it's just like blah blah. Like, it's literally a 50-50 shot of whether or not your kid gets, like, that's where percentages matter. It's a 50% chance of your child getting Stickler syndrome, which is why I judge people for still having children with this condition, but it is what it is. No, I don't judge them too harshly, because the problem is that, like, society pushes you to have children, and it really gets it ingrained into your brain to have children. And a lot of people have some really strong biological clocks. Bro, it's crazy. It is. Whew. Hormones do a lot to you. Hormones will, like, really just, like, do a lot to you as a person. So it's just, like, one of those things where, like, I think it's reasonable to be concerned about it, and you got to look at the probable chance of your cat getting sarcoma versus anything else. And I'm assuming what is the percentage chance of sarcoma from rabies vaccine in felines? Because that's important. Yeah, it's only going to give me numbers. It's only going to say 1 in 10, or 1 in 10,000. Oh, wait. They don't even know. Oh my God. It's not 1 in 10,000. It's anywhere from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 10,000. They don't know for sure. Because different studies have reported slightly varying incident rates, but the overall consensus is that it is a low risk. But they don't know for sure. And it also has to do with genetics and environmental factors and a bunch of other stuff. So monitoring and early detection. Yeah, if you can detect it early, that's like the biggest thing. But like, dude, these little bastards, I've had 2 cats with cancer so far, and they're good. They're good at hiding it too well. They're too good at hiding it, dude. You don't know until it's too late, unfortunately. Although what pisses me, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. But what pisses me off about Binks is that his blood work showed that he had the indicator for either cancer or inflammation. And they were just like, he probably doesn't have cancer, it's fine. And I'm just sitting here like, how do you know? How do you know that though? And then he had 3 cancers. So I'm a little bit irked because his blood work did detect it within like a couple of months of him like taking his turn for the worse. But I don't think there's really much we could have done except for put him through really expensive chemo that would have stressed out his body even more. The cat was 19 years old, dude. He was not young and spry, and we don't know if he would have been able to handle the treatments. So it was just like one of those things of like, early detection is important, but like, it's rough. Animals are really good at hiding that shit. But yeah, it's just like, well, it's low risk. It's still like one of those things of like, again, like I'm saying, I'm not sitting here being like, I'm never going to get the rabies vaccine for my cats, or like, I'm going to tell the vet no. It's just like, it concerns me, and I get that anxiety every time they get a rabies vaccine. Every single time, I'm just like, please don't get cancer, please don't get cancer, please don't get cancer, please don't get cancer. Which sucks. But I think it's a very normal and very valid thing to be concerned about. But I'm not out here being like, don't vaccinate your cats, because that's just crazy. I think vaccines are really important for cats and pets because, like, between oh god, dude, Khaleesi virus, the distemper vaccine is so fucking important, dude. I'm a strong advocate for the Khaleesi or the distemper vaccine because I've lost a pet to Khaleesi virus and it sucks. That's fair, yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with being concerned. Like, there's a difference between being concerned and being like, no! I feel like something was supposed to happen. Oh, I think I'm supposed to get my meds today. Oh, that was it. Yeah. I don't know if I'm leaving for that or not, though. I have no idea. Yeah, concern is normal. Fear-mongering is, yeah, that is exactly. And that's why it's like everybody should be educated and have all the information, because there was a lot of people that didn't realize you could, that cats could get cancer from the rabies vaccine, because one of the issues with it specifically is that it's the same dose for a 50-pound dog as it is for a 5-pound cat. And that's like one of the biggest reasons people were concerned about it in the beginning, is that while the rabies vaccine itself is like typically like rated as being safe and fine, people are a little bit concerned about the dosage. And And so that's why I think they should do more studies into that in particular and try to get some more information out, or try to like rework the dosage if they can, because it's kind of rough, dude. And like, unfortunately, like being a vet is like one of the like worst jobs, I swear. It's like simultaneously the best thing and the worst thing, because they're the ones that see this stuff. Like, they're the ones that like know how often they see it and how often things happen. And so it's like one of those scenes where the vets are usually the ones that are advocating for this stuff. And I'm really glad that so far I haven't had like, our previous vet was one of the ones that understood the concern for the rabies vaccine, and still like, but he didn't scare you. He was just like, you know, like, it's something that he also felt should get looked into a little bit more so that we can know for sure. But he wasn't out there telling his patients not to get it, and he was still asking them to get it. So it's one of those scenes where like, I think people like that are really important. Like, they'll address your concerns without making you feel crazy. Being a vet sounds rough in general. Plus, your patients can't tell you how they feel, so that makes it extra difficult. Yeah. I also think that like there's a lot of vets that unfortunately end up like the hard thing about like vets and like animals is, or like vets in general and cats, is a lot of vets became vets to work on dogs. So when you bring them cats, they don't give a shit. And I've always been really lucky that if my vets didn't like cats, they were at least very professional and took care of them. But like, I don't know about you guys, but when I bring one of my pets into the vet, I want them to be like, oh my God, they're so pretty. I think they're so cool. Blah, 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 blah. I want them to compliment my cats. I want them to care about my cats, because you know what? People who like cats and are okay with cats in the veterinarian field, they're probably going to be able to handle the spicy cats a lot better than someone who doesn't like cats. They're going to handle them a lot better, and they won't get frustrated. They won't get mad. They're going to be patient. They're going to understand, and they're going to take the time to approach them with the care that they deserve. However, if someone hates cats, they're probably going to get really frustrated a lot quicker. And they're probably, you know, prone to make mistakes or just not take the medical concern seriously. Like, I think I ran into one vet's office that I was calling around to shop for, and they're like, we don't prescribe medication to cats for urination issues. And I'm like, but it's a stress response, so it can be medicated. What do you mean? So like, that one's a double-edged sword, because you also have the mental health side of things into that. And people don't realize that like animals can have mental health issues. And like, it's just, yeah, they don't believe humans get mental health issues, and they don't believe animals can. Fun fact, my mom's partner was actually the same way. He believed in mental health issues a lot more when his little Yorkie developed severe anxiety and had to get medicated. It's not funny that the dog got in. Oh, that poor dog, dude. He's an anxious little thing. He just cannot. He like paces a lot, and he like jumps up and down. Like, he can't really sleep like for super long periods. That poor little dog, dude. But my mom's partner learned the hard way through that dog that being stern and like getting onto them for certain behaviors doesn't work for anxiety. Because he would get mad and be like, lay down, and like, you know, stop pacing so much, like, quit it. And like, my mom had to be like, bro, you gotta chill. He's got anxiety. He just needs a hug. So it's one of those things where all of his character development that he's had in his life is because life has shown him that things aren't so black and white. And so that was when he made like a really decent amount of like character development on mental health, as he like saw it in his poor little dog and like saw the effects that like it was having, because dogs give you such like a natural response to things. And so like he didn't understand how to handle my anxiety and my issues, but like it's because I would just cry. But then like once he like saw like the way that his dog reacted to like the way that he was like trying to like correct the behavior, so to speak, before they realized it was just actually anxiety, the dog kind of taught him pretty quickly that it taught him pretty quickly that you gotta be careful. And anxiety needs like love and compassion. You can't just be like, you can't just brute force the anxiety, you know? The poor doggo. Yeah. It's not like the dog was being abused or anything, trust me. Like the dog was very happy, very taken care of. It's just like it took a bit for my mom's partner to like learn how to approach anxiety. But the dog taught him how to approach anxiety, and now he's a better person for it. Like he took the criticism and he changed his behavior, and that's like really huge for people, honestly. Stop being anxious. Yeah, basically. So like just stop. Just don't be depressed. Like that was basically the whole viewpoint. It's just like, just quit it. Or like somebody starts crying, it's like, will you stop your fucking crying or I'll give you something to cry about? Like, did he ever like give me something to cry about, quote unquote? No. But I sure as fuck didn't want to find out. But like that's technically trauma dumping. I'm sorry. I do have a decent amount of trauma from those situations. And I forget that it's technically trauma, because you get used to shit, you know? Well, okay, I never technically got used to it. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I ever got used to it. I knew it was wrong. I knew I deserved better. Just be happy for it. But yeah, anyway. Hey, in my defense, I don't accidentally trauma dump very often. And sometimes it's intentional. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, it does, like, I think the biggest part, like, that I'll end that conversation on is, like, the biggest part is, like, seeing that, like, it took him taking care of an anxious dog to turn it around and not a human being. But it is what it is. That just comes down to, like, people don't see raising children and raising animals in the same light. And that's all it was. Like, people like parent based on the way that they were parented. And that's always going to be one of those things of, because people take the disciplinary action with children a lot more than they do with, like, trying to talk things out about it. And that's why, like, gentle parenting got such a bad rep, because of there's a difference between gentle parenting and, oh god, what do they call it? Is it complicit parenting? It's what the actual stereotype was based upon for gentle parenting, but gentle parenting is not the same thing that is stereotyped in the media. Gentle parenting is like sitting down, having discussions, like natural consequences and stuff like that. Then you got the parents that never say no. That's not gentle parenting. That's different. But that ends up being the media stereotype that gentle parenting is portrayed as, because people think that that's what gentle parenting is. Yeah, what I've seen happen is that people raise their kids the exact same way they were raised, or the complete opposite. Yeah. So, but I don't remember what it's called, but it's basically just like, it's a different style of parenting, and LA parenting is loose. But that's the one where they don't tell their kids no, they don't like correct them ever, they don't talk to them about it. They're just like, oh, my sweetie is a perfect angel as he murders an entire family of llamas. I didn't know what else to say. Boys just being boys while murdering an entire family of llamas. Oh, you know how boys are. It's always the boy moms. But yeah, there's a difference between gentle parenting and whatever. I think it's complicit. I don't, or complacent or something. I don't know. I don't think that's it though. Not the llamas. It's fine. But it's just like one of those things where like there's a difference. And what is typically stereotyped, parodied, and made fun of is not gentle parenting. It's the parents that don't know how to say no. But yeah, it's just like, it's one of those things of like, it's interesting, and it is a conversation to worth having. Dude, I'm getting anxiety. I'm sorry. I feel like I've said things that I'm gonna regret later. I already regret them. Someone's gonna clip this VOD and like cancel me on Twitter for the artist thing. I don't think they're actually going to, but it is a concern. See, it's a valid concern because you never know. But that doesn't mean I'm going to delete the VOD or stop streaming. Yeah, say anything controversial? Yeah, but people can make it controversial if they want to. Ugh. Sometimes I think it's healthy to get into spats with people on the internet. Hot take, but sometimes I think it's healthy because in the grand scheme of things, it's nice to be able to go back and forth with a stranger and get out some of your frustration. And it's not one-sided. The other person is doing the same exact thing that you are. So I think in some cases, as long as both of you aren't getting super heated and you're just like kind of being a dick to each other, I think being a dick to a stranger on the internet, if they're also being a dick to you, isn't always a bad thing. Who are you fighting with? It's weird because it's not technically a fight, and I'm just gonna like. It has to do with animal care, ironically, or unironically. But basically, there was something that happened a while back, and a lot of people were warning a person about the consequences of not doing XYZ. And they were using very personal, selfish reasons to not do XYZ, even given the medical risk that could be involved in it. And again, this isn't something that's like super risky or anything. It's just like, hey, like most people were nice about it. And they were just like, hey, like you should really reconsider XYZ. Like it's actually like a good thing to do. Because you want to prevent XYZ. But a lot of people took it over the deep end. A lot of people, as the internet does, went fucking psychotic. And were sending death threats and sending hate and like constantly like arguing and belittling and just being complete like Twitter freaks, basically. Well, one of the things that people were saying, they should be careful about ended up happening. And so it's re-stirred the pot all over again. And people are, of course, being nasty, sending death threats and stuff, but like a lot of people are making like relatively normal comments. And someone genuinely asked a question and they were like, why does XYZ, like, why is this a big deal? Can somebody tell me? And so I answered the question and I was like, hey, it's a big deal because it actually, like, we're just going to start making shit up. You know what? Let's use the fucking cervical cancer thing. Let's use spays and neuters. Let's use spaying and neutering as an example. This wasn't about spaying and neutering, thankfully, but oh, that's how you do it. Okay, I figured out how to turn my lights back on. Oh, that's neat. Where's the one that I was using? I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Okay. So let's just use spay and neutering as an example. And it's like a fucking, I don't know, it's a male dog. Let's just say it's a male dog, and people were encouraging this person to get their male dog neutered. Because of, let's pretend it's prostate cancer. I'm just making a bunch of shit up, dude. I don't know. Let's just say it was prostate cancer. And like, oh, you want to, and it's, okay, no, that's a bad example, actually. No, it's not. It's not. Okay. And people were like, so you want to get your male dog neutered so it prevents prostate cancer and he can't make anybody pregnant. And now he has made another male dog pregnant. We're going off the deep end, guys. We're getting unhinged with this shit. So now that dog has impregnated another male dog. And people are like, oh, hey, we warned you about this. We warned you that he could impregnate another male dog. And now you're suffering the consequences. And so somebody was asking, like, why is everybody so pressured or so pressed to get this male dog, like, fixed? And so I answered, and it's like, oh, because people were concerned about him getting prostate cancer and getting other male dogs impregnated because he's actually a mutant dog. And we all knew that before anybody else did. So we were just making sure that I can't stand the idiots who send death threats. But it's just like, so it's just like, oh yeah, we were warning against that. So somebody decided that my answer was wrong and was just like, it's his male dog. He can do with it what she wants to. If it wants to get its male dog fixed or not is none of your business. And so we just like been going back and forth. I don't know. And I was just like, I made like a really weird analogy, and I knew it was an extreme analogy, and I wanted to see how they responded to it. And they're like, oh my God, that's not even the same thing. And I was like, you know what's funny though? And they're like, it's funny. And I was like, you're literally doing the same thing that you told me not to do. So, and they're like, and you think I'm aware of that? You think I'm unaware that I'm being a hypocrite right now? And I was like, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. You're right. You're right, fam. So it's not even like a super serious back and forth. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, when you have found the right person to like be dicks back and forth to each other. It's the kind of like being a dick back and forth to each other just to like blow off some steam that could potentially butt into a friendship. Like it's very light. It's kind of lighthearted. Like it's not incredibly serious. I mean, his male dog made another male dog pregnant. I would fight them too. So yeah, something very similar to that. But no, it's not something similar to that situation. It's nowhere near that situation. But yeah, it's just one of those things where like, it's just like we're being a dick to each other back and forth, but it's all in good fun kind of thing. Like neither of us are actually offended or give a shit. And like, honestly, I'm kind of bored of it because like they've run out of things to get me with. And I'm like, oh, You don't have as many brain cells. Damn it. So I'm just like sitting here like, well, fuck. Like, I'm kind of over it and I'm bored and I just kind of want to ignore it. But the last reply they sent me was telling me that I should quit while I'm ahead. And I was like, well, I didn't start this, first of all. You started this. But also, thank you for acknowledging that I'm winning. I just get bored of arguments, even if it's not heated. I give them 1 or 2 replies at most and then mute. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. I'm like, this person is going... People that try to win by outrunning you, so to speak, like people that try to win based off their stamina to keep engaging are the real losers, honestly. That's why whenever I have those fights with friends, anyways, go, you know what? I hope your family has a nice Christmas. Fair, but this isn't like a super friend. Like it's not serious, but it's not super like it's not wholesome either. Like I probably would not be friends with this person, and they probably should not be friends with me because both of us are engaging with strangers on the internet. So neither one of us are healthy, stable people. And they're like, I won. It's so cool. Yeah, that's kind of why I don't like just ghosting them after they tell me to stop or to run along or to do whatever they do, because then I'm like, well, it's like someone said something. They're like, just block me. And I was like, I'm not going to block you for me, or I'm not going to block myself for you. Like, what? If you want to block me, you block me. Block me yourself, you coward. Like, fuck. I don't have a reason to block you, or I would have blocked you. I don't really block people, honestly. Yes, I know Duolingo. So yeah, I feel like you guys are learning more about me in the last 3 days than you have in my entire streaming career sometimes. You're learning more about my flaws. I fight strangers on the internet in an uncontrolled way sometimes. I'm not out here like screaming at people. I'm the kind of person that Pisto hates. I'm 100% the kind of person that would be like, hope that helps. I'm 100% that kind of person. I don't scream. I don't use caps. I don't call people. I don't insult people. I don't use insults. Oh, fuck you. I only say it when the other person is also being a dick, to be fair. You like, hope that helps, sweetie. So, it's not that bad. Could be worse. But yeah, no, it's one of those situations where like so whenever people are like, oh my god, my Oshi, and I'm like, I'm a piece of shit. Dude, what gets me about this like slime technical support situation is like everyone but me is getting, I say not everyone but me, but there's a few of us that are not getting any help at all, while other people are getting insane amounts of help. And so it's just like, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about this shit then? Because like, at least I have proof that I tried. But the other thing is like, the trackers are linked to my personal account. and my Discord and my ticket are linked to my VTuber account. So I can't even really be like, if I want to try to get like warranty information and stuff like that, and they'll be like, why didn't you like tell us or whatever, I can't really give them a screenshot being like, I tried. I do think I'm going to have to join the Discord on my personal account, like reset the password and everything, and like use it as an alternative account on mobile, not PC. Oh God, no, not PC. But I think I'm going to have to join the Discord on my personal Discord account and start a ticket there just so I have a paper trail. Just so I have a paper trail being like, hey, I tried to like go through all the processes and stuff. So when is the she's a piece of shit shirt? We should do, I want to get different art for it. I wonder if anybody would be comfortable in redesigning my Oshi Has Autism shirt. I need to get the template from Canva and make one for Ginger of like my Oshi Has ADHD, because if she can just slap some art in it, because here's the thing, I want to sell it as a template, because like I have commercial rights to the font and everything that was used, so I can, for all intents and purposes, sell it as a t-shirt design and have people insert their own art. But I just don't know how that shit would work. I'd have to either do it on Etsy or Fiverr. It would have to be like on Fiverr or Etsy. Maybe they hate VTubers in particular. That would be ironic. The VR chat versus VTuber thing already all over again. My Oshi tries. My Oshi cries. Oh my god, that would be really good merch for Neuro. My Oshi isn't real. That would be really good merch for Neuro. Oh my god, that would be based. Like they lean into it and make it a meme. That would be hilarious. Imagine if you join with your human account and they're super helpful. Oh, that would be hilarious. Someone was like, hey, VR chat actually smooths out tracking a lot, so people might not, see it as janky as you do. And I'm like, yeah, but I stream, so I kind of need it to look smooth on my end too. And then so they were like, do the video in streamer mode. And I was like, I did, and it still looks bad. I'm pretty excited though to get everything up and working. I still haven't heard anything about my 3D model. She's a parent, I think. She's a parent and she works hard. So like, I'm not bitching about it. Just like, I just want a baby update. Give me like a baby update. I just want to know a little bit. Just a little bit. I didn't think today was going to be Yap without a game, but I guess this works. Pull up the game now. How long has it been? Since I paid her? I paid her in February 25th, and she started 3 weeks ago? Because she does one at a time, I think. And she changed it to a work in progress a month ago. So yeah, almost 4 weeks. But she specifically said that she would update me when she had something worth updating. So she's one of those artists that has high standards, I guess. Watch her not send me anything until it's like 99% done. It's 3 weeks isn't too bad, nah. It's been like 2 months since payment and then a month since it started, so. She also might have gotten a rush order from somebody, so you never know. A lot of people try to like factor in like rush orders and stuff like that when they have deadlines, but it's one of those things. And basically, don't fucking bother me. No. It was very nice and polite, and it was one of those things of like I was just being like, hey, just checking in. Like I know I'm like at the bottom of the barrel for the list here, and she's like, oh, your position actually wasn't that much different with the late payment. I was like, oh, sweet. And she's like, but as soon as I have something that I feel comfortable showing, like, you know, as soon as she can set enough work to show that meet her standards, she'll send me something. But yeah. There are a lot of artists, though, that a lot of artists use VGen because, like, it's, like, basically an anti-harass platform. So, like, you are basically just, like... Some artists will put it in their TOS that they're fine, like, being asked for updates. But VGen is kind of made with the intentions to be very similar to Skeb, but you get to have a say in it. So the whole premise of VGen is, like, you put in your commission, you answer whatever questions the artist has, the artist answers any questions that you have, you guys agree, make payment, and then you don't fucking talk to them. Until they talk to you. Way better than one of my friends had to deal with, where he basically had to wait a year for them to actually start working on his stuff. Well, that's kind of the thing, though. That's where communication is really important. And if your friend ignored either the wait time or didn't give a deadline, this is why deadlines are really important. And I know I personally took deadlines a little too seriously, in the sense that, like, I only gave a deadline if I actually had an event or if I had something that I was set up for, like debut. So I actually went by, I think I went by a month after my model was supposed to be done, but things got a little back because we had to wait on Yorima to draw me underwear, and then something happened with Cymations. I think either his traveling went like a little longer than expected, or something else happened. It wasn't anything huge, but it would still meet my deadline, but it wouldn't have met the original ETA. I think it was like 2 weeks later. And so I was like, well, that's fine. It is what it is. So I gave all of my artists that I commissioned for, like, my starting soon screen with Skeb. I just had to go by estimates. I was hoping it would be done by the debut, but it was not. If I wanted it to be done by the debut, I would have had to have hired people that were really expensive, and it would have cost me over $500 to get my starting soon screen done. So I think that was just the animation too. So a lot of those, if you see, like, I think it's Keijo. Is it Keijo, the one that does, like, all the animated backgrounds for everybody? He doesn't do the art, but he edits them and makes them in animation. I think it was going to be like $500 to get one of my starting soon screens or one of the animated scenes that I wanted, because there was an effect. I could have gone without the effect, to be fair, but I thought it kind of, like, made the product. Also, I feel really stupid. I noticed this week that I'm actually hanging by that gold star bar in my art. I thought my legs were just, like, I thought it was like a decoration But if you look at my art, I'm actually hanging from that metal bar. And I was like, oh shit. Because at first I was like, haha, there's a pipe between my legs. Tee-hee. And then I looked closer and I was like, oh wait. I'm actually hanging off of it. Oh, that's actually really cool. So... I never noticed that. Yeah, hang on. 1, 2, 3. So my legs are crossed over that metal bar. So I'm like technically hanging off of it, or at least using it for balance or something. Yeah, I just noticed that. Because at first I thought it was just like the way the decoration was, and then I looked and I was like, do I have a wand? Because I thought they gave me a wand, and then I looked closer at it and I was like, oh wait, I'm actually hanging from it to a point. So I was like, oh cool. That's a cool detail. Yeah, that's why like... Okay, time to find out if I got an in-stream or not. Hang on. Let's go back to that scene. Hey chat, I'm gonna go die. Okay. Dude, chat was so horny for you earlier. It was crazy. They were all wanting to suck your dick and just suck it some more, I guess. That and Nate said, have you met him? So I was just like, yeah, that's kind of the problem. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, no, there was a solid 10 minutes there where I was just like, I think I need an adult. I think Steel needs an adult. But yeah, no, all right, chat, I am going to get dinner. Get my meds. And what? What? What'd you call me? Yeah, I can kill myself too if you want. I can handle that. But I hope you guys have a good stream with me, and I hope you guys had fun thirsting after my best friend. Do what? That's fair. Don't worry, Steel is an adult. Not cool. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to go on to the ending screen and mute myself and then find somebody to raid. Thank you. Don't die in any tragic llama accidents.